step I take. Watching, watching. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. Watching me, every move I make. Watching, watching. Every step I take. Watching, watching. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. Watching me. You just a spy and carry news. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a lie and call my name. You just a spy and call my name. Play your dirty game. Every move I make, watching, watching. Every step I take, watching, watching. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. Watching me, every move I make, watching, watching. Every step I take, watching, watching. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. Watching me. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a spy and carry news. You just a spy and carry lies. Watching me. Watching me. I feel your spies are watching. Watching me. Watching, watching. I feel your spies are
Two of the biggest problems facing cryptocurrency mass adoption are scalability and interoperability. Bitcoin transactions per second are still considerably lower than those offered by Visa and MasterCard, and the Bitcoin blockchain has no native way to interact with other blockchains. RIF Lumino enables two-way payment channels with the RSK blockchain supporting around 100 transactions per second. The Lumino network has the potential to increase this to thousands of transactions per second as the network expands, secured by the hashing power of the Bitcoin network through merged mining. You can also make off-chain payments on any token deployed on RSK in a fast, cheap, and reliable way. Lumino is the cornerstone of RIF payments and is developing seamless interaction between cross-blockchain, off-chain networks. With Lumino Lite Client, Bitcoin DeFi has arrived for everyone who has a mobile device, offering a solution that no longer requires you to run your own node to access services or trust another node to make off-chain payments for you. Lumino Lite Client is here to serve the unbanked, which account for over 1.5 billion adults globally. With the use of stablecoins deployed on RSK, such as RIF Dollar on-chain, the unbanked can enjoy making everyday transactions with crypto, while benefiting from the stability of fiat currency. Developers can integrate Lumino Lite Client into any web or mobile app they are building. The Lumino network has created the tools needed to make cryptocurrency and banking accessible to everyone. To learn more about RIF Lumino and how to join the network, visit rifos.org.
Hoy en Latinoamérica el futuro es incierto, pero donde otros ven incertidumbre, nosotros vemos oportunidades. Oportunidades infinitas, pero que solo existen si hay alguien para tomarlas. Hoy las comunidades cripto de Latinoamérica están listas para dar el siguiente paso. Hoy nace Mexo. Llegamos para cambiar las reglas del juego en Latinoamérica. Con Mexo puedes comprar, vender y tradear activos digitales como un pro. Tenemos el kit de herramientas más completo del mercado para llevar tu forma de tradear al siguiente nivel. Realiza spot trading, contract trading y aprovecha los beneficios de nuestro P2P Marketplace desde tu laptop o celular. También puedes expandir tus conocimientos en Mexo Academy. En nuestra plataforma puedes operar con altos volúmenes de transacción y una amplia gama de criptomonedas para tradear con una profundidad de mercado global nunca antes vista en Latinoamérica. Estándares de seguridad de clase mundial, transacciones sin preocupaciones. Mexo es una plataforma centrada en ti y en tu forma de crecer. Estamos aquí 24 horas al día, los 365 días al año. Toma el control de tus oportunidades. Es una nueva era, no hay límites. Mexo está aquí para llevarte a un mejor futuro. Con Mexo, el futuro está en tus manos.
Stratum Blue is one of the most successful products created by Stratum, a global company leader in cryptocurrency financial services. Based in Hong Kong, Stratum was created in 2013 as CoinBR, quickly becoming one of the largest cryptocurrency services companies in Latin America. Nowadays, Stratum offers crypto financial services in Latin America and South Africa, while expanding to European and Asian markets. Stratum Blue is a digital token that represents a basket of 14 cryptocurrencies. It is the most simple and effective way to purchase different cryptocurrencies at once using smart diversification. Blue components are the most valued cryptocurrencies in the market, representing over 80% of the entire cryptocurrency market value. So if you believe cryptocurrencies as a whole is a great investment for the future, then Blue is an excellent token to have. Currently, the Blue basket is composed of 50% Bitcoin, and 50% other cryptos, also known as altcoins. The advantage of buying Blue is that you do not need to hold several cryptocurrencies, and you do not have to worry about selecting or exchanging these cryptocurrencies and their percentages in the basket. We do that work for you. We invite you to visit our website at stratumblue.hk, in which you may find our white paper, fact sheet, FAQ, plus other relevant information. Our site is very transparent, listing all of our basket components, past gains, real-time price, and our fees and minimums. You may always contact us at sales@stratumblue.hk and via our social media. Registration is very simple and easy. All you need is an email address and to create a strong password. We value your privacy and your security. Our platform counts with two-factor authentication and an individual review of every token redemption. Blue has a very simple and straightforward user interface in which you may check your balance and its value on different currencies, check Blue's real-time price, review Blue's price history, create a purchase, review each crypto component of the basket, check on your transactions, and review our charity efforts which we donate from our fees. Using our services page, you may also transfer your tokens or exchange them for Bitcoin after 60 days. There is also an area to keep track of your referrals. You get paid for referring to Blue, and your referrals get a bonus, so tell your friends. Insights show current details about the cryptocurrency basket. In this page, you will also find a quarterly report containing market commentary, Blue performance, funds management, and predictive analysis. Thank you for watching.
Posting a video of a pet using a laptop works. Aw, isn't that cute? If the pet is a badger, it works even better. But if that badger holds BPro, it works like crazy. Because with mock liquidity mining, you get mocks every day, which allows you to govern the protocol and add value to Bitcoin. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
Somos Argen BTC, el sitio de tus criptomonedas. Podés comprar y vender sin comisión, transferir fondos con acreditación automática y retirar tu dinero en todo el país. Opera las 24 horas, fácil y seguro. Nuestros usuarios nos recomiendan. Sumate vos también. Ingresá ahora en argenbtc.com.
We have a team of ninja experts who develop, maintain, and evaluate cryptocurrency and blockchain-related web services. Our lab is based in a privileged area and makes it part of the growing ecosystem of innovative and ever-curious blockchain-centered companies in South America. We have a lot of success stories. Please, reach out and tell us more about your idea.
be, keeping up the blame, turning out to be someone who's trapped inside your hand. For the rest of my days, I'll be calling your name. For the rest of my days, I'll be feeling the same. For the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, call your name, the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, call your name, the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days.
Bitcoin has revolutionized money by making it possible for us to do things that would once have been unthinkable. For the first time ever, a form of money became available whose supply was fixed and predictable. Bitcoin enabled fast and secure peer-to-peer transactions that eliminated the need for a trusted third party. All over the world, traders, businesses, investors, and savers have started using Bitcoin. But there are countless more ways it could be used. Money on chain harnesses this unrealized potential. The supply of Bitcoin is limited and the market is small, so prices fluctuate dramatically. This attracts speculative investors, which makes prices even more volatile and limits what Bitcoin can be used for. Our platform includes all of Bitcoin's core features, so it is counterparty risk-free and censorship-resistant. There are plenty of stablecoins on the market, but ours is unique. It's the only stablecoin in the world that uses Bitcoin as collateral and is secured by Bitcoin miners. The stablecoin we've designed is called the Dollar on Chain, or DOC. The Bitcoin collateral behind it can be used in two ways. Bitcoin holders can buy bPro tokens. Risk seekers and traders can make leveraged Bitcoin operations. The price of the Dollar on Chain is pegged to the US dollar. The DOC is a way around the volatility of Bitcoin and can be used for trading or as a stablecoin for smart contract operations like loans and insurance deals. Our bPro token makes the Dollar on Chain stable by absorbing its volatility and sharing it among other users who are interested in leveraged Bitcoin operations. Sharing the leverage gives bPro holders a passive income. Traders and speculators will be able to make leveraged Bitcoin operations at a low cost. The whole system will be a decentralized, autonomous organization governed by the holders of the Money on Chain token. The system will run on RSK, the network of smart contracts, guaranteed by Bitcoin miners. Money on Chain was created for Bitcoiners, by Bitcoiners, because we know that there is no better guarantee than Bitcoin. Money on Chain, backed by Bitcoin, powered by RSK.
every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your eyes are watching me. Every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your spies watching me. You just a spy and carry loose. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a lie and call my name. You carry rumors. You just a spy and call my name. Play your dirty game. Every move I make, watching. Every step I take, watching. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. Every move I make, watching. Every step I take, watching. Every word I say, I feel your eyes are watching me. You just a spy and carry loose. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a lie and call my name. You just a spy and call my name. Play your dirty game. Every move I make, watching. Every step I take, watching. Every word I say, I feel your eyes are watching me. Every move I make, watching. Every step I take, watching. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a spy and carry news. You just a spy and carry lies. Watching me. I feel your spies are watching me.
Two of the biggest problems facing cryptocurrency mass adoption are scalability and interoperability. Bitcoin transactions per second are still considerably lower than those offered by Visa and MasterCard, and the Bitcoin blockchain has no native way to interact with other blockchains. RIF Lumino enables two-way payment channels with the RSK blockchain supporting around 100 transactions per second. The Lumino network has the potential to increase this to thousands of transactions per second as the network expands, secured by the hashing power of the Bitcoin network through merged mining. You can also make off-chain payments on any token deployed on RSK in a fast, cheap, and reliable way. Lumino is the cornerstone of RIF payments and is developing seamless interaction between cross-blockchain, off-chain networks. With Lumino Lite Client, Bitcoin DeFi has arrived for everyone who has a mobile device, offering a solution that no longer requires you to run your own node to access services or trust another node to make off-chain payments for you. Lumino Lite Client is here to serve the unbanked, which account for over 1.5 billion adults globally. With the use of stablecoins deployed on RSK, such as RIF Dollar on-chain, the unbanked can enjoy making everyday transactions with crypto, while benefiting from the stability of fiat currency. Developers can integrate Lumino Lite Client into any web or mobile app they are building. The Lumino network has created the tools needed to make cryptocurrency and banking accessible to everyone. To learn more about RIF Lumino and how to join the network, visit rifos.org.
Hoy en Latinoamérica el futuro es incierto, pero donde otros ven incertidumbre, nosotros vemos oportunidades. Oportunidades infinitas, pero que solo existen si hay alguien para tomarlas. Hoy las comunidades cripto de Latinoamérica están listas para dar el siguiente paso. Hoy nace Mexo. Llegamos para cambiar las reglas del juego en Latinoamérica. Con Mexo puedes comprar, vender y tradear activos digitales como un pro. Tenemos el kit de herramientas más completo del mercado para llevar tu forma de tradear al siguiente nivel. Realiza spot trading, contract trading y aprovecha los beneficios de nuestro P2P Marketplace desde tu laptop o celular. También puedes expandir tus conocimientos en Mexo Academy. En nuestra plataforma puedes operar con altos volúmenes de transacción y una amplia gama de criptomonedas para tradear con una profundidad de mercado global nunca antes vista en Latinoamérica. Estándares de seguridad de clase mundial, transacciones sin preocupaciones. Mexo es una plataforma centrada en ti y en tu forma de crecer. Estamos aquí 24 horas al día, los 365 días al año. Toma el control de tus oportunidades. Es una nueva era. No hay límites. Mexo está aquí para llevarte a un mejor futuro. Con Mexo, el futuro está en tus manos.
Stratum Blue is one of the most successful products created by Stratum, a global company leader in cryptocurrency financial services. Based in Hong Kong, Stratum was created in 2013 as CoinBR, quickly becoming one of the largest cryptocurrency services companies in Latin America. Nowadays, Stratum offers crypto financial services in Latin America and South Africa, while expanding to European and Asian markets. Stratum Blue is a digital token that represents a basket of 14 cryptocurrencies. It is the most simple and effective way to purchase different cryptocurrencies at once using smart diversification. Blue components are the most valued cryptocurrencies in the market, representing over 80% of the entire cryptocurrency market value. So if you believe cryptocurrencies as a whole is a great investment for the future, then Blue is an excellent token to have. Currently, the Blue basket is composed of 50% Bitcoin and 50% other cryptos, also known as altcoins. The advantage of buying Blue is that you do not need to hold several cryptocurrencies, and you do not have to worry about selecting or exchanging these cryptocurrencies and their percentages in the basket. We do that work for you. We invite you to visit our website at stratumblue.hk, in which you may find our white paper, fact sheet, FAQ, plus other relevant information. Our site is very transparent, listing all of our basket components, past gains, real-time price, and our fees and minimums. You may always contact us at sales@stratumblue.hk and via our social media. Registration is very simple and easy. All you need is an email address and to create a strong password. We value your privacy and your security. Our platform counts with two-factor authentication and an individual review of every token redemption. Blue has a very simple and straightforward user interface in which you may check your balance and its value on different currencies, check Blue's real-time price, review Blue's price history, create a purchase, review each crypto component of the basket, check on your transactions, and review our charity efforts, which we donate from our fees. Using our services page, you may also transfer your tokens or exchange them for Bitcoin after 60 days. There is also an area to keep track of your referrals. You get paid for referring to Blue, and your referrals get a bonus, so tell your friends. Insights show current details about the cryptocurrency basket. In this page, you will also find a quarterly report containing market commentary, Blue performance, funds management, and predictive analysis. Thank you for watching.
Posting a video of a pet using a laptop works. Aw, isn't that cute? If the pet is a badger, it works even better. But if that badger holds B-Pro, it works like crazy. Because with mock liquidity mining, you get mocks every day, which allows you to govern the protocol and add value to Bitcoin. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
Somos ArgenBTC, el sitio de tus criptomonedas. Podés comprar y vender sin comisión, transferir fondos con acreditación automática y retirar tu dinero en todo el país. Opera las 24 horas, fácil y seguro. Nuestros usuarios nos recomiendan. Sumate vos también. Ingresá ahora en argenbtc.com.
experts who develop, maintain, and evaluate cryptocurrency and blockchain-related web services. Our lab is based in a privileged area and makes it part of the growing ecosystem of innovative and ever-curious blockchain-centered companies in South America. We have a lot of success stories. Please reach out and tell us more about your idea.
Bitcoin has revolutionized money by making it possible for us to do things that would once have been unthinkable. For the first time ever, a form of money became available whose supply was fixed and predictable. Bitcoin enabled fast and secure peer-to-peer transactions that eliminated the need for a trusted third party. All over the world, traders, businesses, investors, and savers have started using Bitcoin, but there are countless more ways it could be used. Money on chain harnesses this unrealized potential. The supply of Bitcoin is limited and the market is small, so prices fluctuate dramatically. This attracts speculative investors, which makes prices even more volatile and limits what Bitcoin can be used for. Our platform includes all of Bitcoin's core features, so it is counterparty risk-free and censorship-resistant. There are plenty of stablecoins on the market, but ours is unique. It's the only stablecoin in the world that uses Bitcoin as collateral and is secured by Bitcoin miners. The stablecoin we've designed is called the Dollar on Chain, or DOC. The Bitcoin collateral behind it can be used in two ways. Bitcoin holders can buy vPro tokens. Risk seekers and traders can make leveraged Bitcoin operations. The price of the Dollar on Chain is pegged to the US dollar. The DOC is a way around the volatility of Bitcoin and can be used for trading or as a stablecoin for smart contract operations like loans and insurance deals. Our vPro token makes the Dollar on Chain stable by absorbing its volatility and sharing it among other users who are interested in leveraged Bitcoin operations. Sharing the leverage gives vPro holders a passive income. Traders and speculators will be able to make leveraged Bitcoin operations at a low cost. The whole system will be a decentralized, autonomous organization governed by the holders of the Money on Chain token. The system will run on RSK, the network of smart contracts, guaranteed by Bitcoin miners. Money on Chain was created for Bitcoiners, by Bitcoiners, because we know that there is no better guarantee than Bitcoin. Money on Chain, backed by Bitcoin, powered by RSK.
Every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your eyes are watching me. Every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your eyes watching me. You just a spy and carry loose. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a lie and call my name. You carry rumors. You just a spy and call my name. Play your dirty game. Every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. Every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your spies just a spy and carry news. You just a spy and carry lies. Watching me. Watching me. I think your spies are watching. Watching me.
Two of the biggest problems facing cryptocurrency mass adoption are scalability and interoperability. Bitcoin transactions per second are still considerably lower than those offered by Visa and MasterCard, and the Bitcoin blockchain has no native way to interact with other blockchains. RIF Lumino enables two-way payment channels, with the RSK blockchain supporting around 100 transactions per second. The Lumino network has the potential to increase this to thousands of transactions per second as the network expands, secured by the hashing power of the Bitcoin network through merged mining. You can also make off-chain payments on any token deployed on RSK in a fast, cheap, and reliable way. Lumino is the cornerstone of RIF payments and is developing seamless interaction between cross-blockchain, off-chain networks. With Lumino Lite Client, Bitcoin DeFi has arrived for everyone who has a mobile device, offering a solution that no longer requires you to run your own node to access services or trust another node to make off-chain payments for you. Lumino Lite Client is here to serve the unbanked, which account for over 1.5 billion adults globally. With the use of stablecoins deployed on RSK, such as RIF Dollar on-chain, the unbanked can enjoy making everyday transactions with crypto, while benefiting from the stability of fiat currency. Developers can integrate Lumino Lite Client into any web or mobile app they are building. The Lumino network has created the tools needed to make cryptocurrency and banking accessible to everyone. To learn more about RIF Lumino and how to join the network, visit rifos.org.
Hoy en Latinoamérica el futuro es incierto, pero donde otros ven incertidumbre, nosotros vemos oportunidades. Oportunidades infinitas, pero que solo existen si hay alguien para tomarlas. Hoy las comunidades cripto de Latinoamérica están listas para dar el siguiente paso. Hoy nace Mexo. Llegamos para cambiar las reglas del juego en Latinoamérica. Con Mexo puedes comprar, vender y tradear activos digitales como un pro. Tenemos el kit de herramientas más completo del mercado para llevar tu forma de tradear al siguiente nivel. Realiza spot trading, contract trading y aprovecha los beneficios de nuestro P2P Marketplace desde tu laptop o celular. También puedes expandir tus conocimientos en Mexo Academy. En nuestra plataforma puedes operar con altos volúmenes de transacción y una amplia gama de criptomonedas para tradear con una profundidad de mercado global nunca antes vista en Latinoamérica. Estándares de seguridad de clase mundial, transacciones sin preocupaciones. Mexo es una plataforma centrada en ti y en tu forma de crecer. Estamos aquí 24 horas al día, los 365 días al año. Toma el control de tus oportunidades. Es una nueva era. No hay límites. Mexo está aquí para llevarte a un mejor futuro. Con Mexo, el futuro está en tus manos.
Stratum Blue is one of the most successful products created by Stratum, a global company leader in cryptocurrency financial services. Based in Hong Kong, Stratum was created in 2013 as CoinBR, quickly becoming one of the largest cryptocurrency services companies in Latin America. Nowadays, Stratum offers crypto financial services in Latin America and South Africa, while expanding to European and Asian markets. Stratum Blue is a digital token that represents a basket of 14 cryptocurrencies. It is the most simple and effective way to purchase different cryptocurrencies at once using smart diversification. Blue components are the most valued cryptocurrencies in the market, representing over 80% of the entire cryptocurrency market value. So if you believe cryptocurrencies as a whole is a great investment for the future, then Blue is an excellent token to have. Currently, the Blue basket is composed of 50% Bitcoin and 50% other cryptos, also known as altcoins. The advantage of buying Blue is that you do not need to hold several cryptocurrencies, and you do not have to worry about selecting or exchanging these cryptocurrencies and their percentages in the basket. We do that work for you. We invite you to visit our website at stratumblue.hk, in which you may find our white paper, fact sheet, FAQ, plus other relevant information. Our site is very transparent, listing all of our basket components, past gains, real-time price, and our fees and minimums. You may always contact us at sales@stratumblue.hk and via our social media. Registration is very simple and easy. All you need is an email address and to create a strong password. We value your privacy and your security. Our platform counts with two-factor authentication and an individual review of every token redemption. Blue has a very simple and straightforward user interface in which you may check your balance and its value on different currencies, check Blue's real-time price, review Blue's price history, create a purchase, review each crypto component of the basket, check on your transactions, and review our charity efforts, which we donate from our fees. Using our services page, you may also transfer your tokens or exchange them for Bitcoin after 60 days. There is also an area to keep track of your referrals. You get paid for referring to Blue, and your referrals get a bonus, so tell your friends. Insights show current details about the cryptocurrency basket. In this page, you will also find a quarterly report containing market commentary, Blue performance, funds management, and predictive analysis. Thank you for watching.
Posting a video of a pet using a laptop works. Aw, isn't that cute? If the pet is a badger, it works even better. But if that badger holds B-Pro, it works like crazy. Because with mock liquidity mining, you get mocks every day, which allows you to govern the protocol and add value to Bitcoin. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
Somos Argen BTC, el sitio de tus criptomonedas. Podés comprar y vender sin comisión, transferir fondos con acreditación automática y retirar tu dinero en todo el país. Opera las 24 horas, fácil y seguro. Nuestros usuarios nos recomiendan. Sumate vos también. Ingresá ahora en argenbtc.com.
We have a team of ninja experts who develop, maintain, and evaluate cryptocurrency and blockchain-related web services. Our lab is based in a privileged area and makes it part of the growing ecosystem of innovative and ever-curious blockchain-centered companies in South America. We have a lot of success stories. Please reach out and tell us more about your idea.
Era to be me, keeping up the blame, turning out to be someone who's trapped inside your hand. For the rest of my days, I'll be calling your name. For the rest of my days, I'll be feeling the same. For the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days. To my day, your name, the rest of my day, call your name, the rest of my day, your name, the rest of my day, your name, the rest of my day, call your name, the rest of my day.
Bitcoin has revolutionized money by making it possible for us to do things that would once have been unthinkable. For the first time ever, a form of money became available whose supply was fixed and predictable. Bitcoin enabled fast and secure peer-to-peer transactions that eliminated the need for a trusted third party. All over the world, traders, businesses, investors, and savers have started using Bitcoin, but there are countless more ways it could be used. Money on chain harnesses this unrealized potential. The supply of Bitcoin is limited and the market is small, so prices fluctuate dramatically. This attracts speculative investors, which makes prices even more volatile and limits what Bitcoin can be used for. Our platform includes all of Bitcoin's core features, so it is counterparty risk-free and censorship-resistant. There are plenty of stablecoins on the market, but ours is unique. It's the only stablecoin in the world that uses Bitcoin as collateral and is secured by Bitcoin miners. The stablecoin we've designed is called the Dollar on Chain, or DOC. The Bitcoin collateral behind it can be used in two ways. Bitcoin holders can buy vPro tokens. Risk seekers and traders can make leveraged Bitcoin operations. The price of the Dollar on Chain is pegged to the US dollar. The DOC is a way around the volatility of Bitcoin and can be used for trading or as a stablecoin for smart contract operations like loans and insurance deals. Our vPro token makes the Dollar on Chain stable by absorbing its volatility and sharing it among other users who are interested in leveraged Bitcoin operations. Sharing the leverage gives vPro holders a passive income. Traders and speculators will be able to make leveraged Bitcoin operations at a low cost. The whole system will be a decentralized, autonomous organization governed by the holders of the Money on Chain token. The system will run on RSK, the network of smart contracts, guaranteed by Bitcoin miners. Money on Chain was created for Bitcoiners, by Bitcoiners, because we know that there is no better guarantee than Bitcoin. Money on Chain, backed by Bitcoin, powered by RSK.
Every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your eyes are watching me. Every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your eyes watching me. You just a spy and carry loose. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a lie and call my name. You carry rumors. You just a spy and call my name. Play your dirty game. Every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. Every move I make.
Two of the biggest problems facing cryptocurrency mass adoption are scalability and interoperability. Bitcoin transactions per second are still considerably lower than those offered by Visa and MasterCard, and the Bitcoin blockchain has no native way to interact with other blockchains. Riff Lumino enables two-way payment channels, with the RSK blockchain supporting around 100 transactions per second. The Lumino network has the potential to increase this to thousands of transactions per second as the network expands, secured by the hashing power of the Bitcoin network through merged mining. You can also make off-chain payments on any token deployed on RSK in a fast, cheap, and reliable way.
We are getting ready for the second day of LABITCONF. I hope to see you all again today. We have over 5,000 people registered in our site. Yes, if you're watching us through Bitcoin Magazine, welcome. Remember, you can also join our website, labitconf.com, and you will be able to see the stands, the booth. You will be able to see also the Spanish versions of the talks. I wait you here with just 30 minutes. In 30 minutes, we're starting again. We will start with Robert Lee. He is from Draper Fund, and he will talk us about why all these big investors are coming into the Bitcoin space. So wait us, yes, just 30 minutes, and we are back.
Somos Argen BTC, el sitio de tus criptomonedas. Podés comprar y vender sin comisión, transferir fondos con acreditación automática y retirar tu dinero en todo el país. Opera las 24 horas, fácil y seguro. Nuestros usuarios nos recomiendan. Sumate vos también. Ingresá ahora en argenbtc.com.
Team of ninja experts who develop, maintain, and evaluate cryptocurrency and blockchain-related web services. Our lab is based in a privileged area and makes it part of the growing ecosystem of innovative and ever-curious blockchain-centered companies in South America. We have a lot of success stories. Please reach out and tell us more about your idea.
it had to be me, keeping up the blame, turning out to be someone who's trapped inside your hand. For the rest of my days, I'll be calling your name. For the rest of my days, I'll be feeling the same. For the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, your name, the rest of my days, the rest of my days.
Bitcoin has revolutionized money by making it possible for us to do things that would once have been unthinkable. For the first time ever, a form of money became available whose supply was fixed and predictable. Bitcoin enabled fast and secure peer-to-peer transactions that eliminated the need for a trusted third party. All over the world, traders, businesses, investors, and savers have started using Bitcoin. But there are countless more ways it could be used. Money on chain harnesses this unrealized potential. The supply of Bitcoin is limited and the market is small, so prices fluctuate dramatically. This attracts speculative investors, which makes prices even more volatile and limits what Bitcoin can be used for. Our platform includes all of Bitcoin's core features, so it is counterparty risk-free and censorship-resistant. There are plenty of stablecoins on the market, but ours is unique. It's the only stablecoin in the world that uses Bitcoin as collateral and is secured by Bitcoin miners. The stablecoin we've designed is called the Dollar on Chain, or DOC. The Bitcoin collateral behind it can be used in two ways. Bitcoin holders can buy BPRO tokens. Risk seekers and traders can make leveraged Bitcoin operations. The price of the Dollar on Chain is pegged to the US dollar. The DOC is a way around the volatility of Bitcoin and can be used for trading or as a stablecoin for smart contract operations like loans and insurance deals. Our BPRO token makes the Dollar on Chain stable by absorbing its volatility and sharing it among other users who are interested in leveraged Bitcoin operations. Sharing the leverage gives BPRO holders a passive income. Traders and speculators will be able to make leveraged Bitcoin operations at a low cost. The whole system will be a decentralized, autonomous organization governed by the holders of the Money on Chain token. The system will run on RSK, the network of smart contracts, guaranteed by Bitcoin miners. Money on Chain was created for Bitcoiners, by Bitcoiners, because we know that there is no better guarantee than Bitcoin. Money on Chain, backed by Bitcoin, powered by RSK.
spies are watching me. Every move I make, every step I take, every word I say, I feel your spies watching me. You just a spy and carry loose. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a lie and call my name. You carry rumors. You just a spy and call my name. Play your dirty game. Every move I make, watching. Every step I take, watching. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. Every move I make, watching. Every step I take, watching. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. You just a spy and carry loose. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a lie and call my name. You just a spy and call my name. Play your dirty game. Every move I make, watching. Every step I take, watching. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. Every move I make, watching. Every step I take, watching. Every word I say, I feel your spies are watching me. You just a spy and carry rumors. You just a spy and carry news. You just a spy and carry lies. Watching me. I think your spies are watching me. Watching me.
Two of the biggest problems facing cryptocurrency mass adoption are scalability and interoperability. Bitcoin transactions per second are still considerably lower than those offered by Visa and MasterCard, and the Bitcoin blockchain has no native way to interact with other blockchains. Riff Lumino enables two-way payment channels, with the RSK blockchain supporting around 100 transactions per second. The Lumino network has the potential to increase this to thousands of transactions per second as the network expands, secured by the hashing power of the Bitcoin network through merged mining. You can also make off-chain payments on any token deployed on RSK in a fast, cheap, and reliable way. Lumino is the cornerstone of Riff payments and is developing seamless interaction between cross-blockchain, off-chain networks. With Lumino Lite Client, Bitcoin DeFi has arrived for everyone who has a mobile device, offering a solution that no longer requires you to run your own node to access services or trust another node to make off-chain payments for you. Lumino Lite Client is here to serve the unbanked, which account for over 1.5 billion adults globally. With the use of stablecoins deployed on RSK, such as Riff Dollar on-chain, the unbanked can enjoy making everyday transactions with crypto, while benefiting from the stability of fiat currency. Developers can integrate Lumino Lite Client into any web or mobile app they are building. The Lumino network has created the tools needed to make cryptocurrency and banking accessible to everyone. To learn more about Riff Lumino and how to join the network, visit riffos.org.
Hoy en Latinoamérica el futuro es incierto, pero donde otros ven incertidumbre, nosotros vemos oportunidades. Oportunidades infinitas, pero que solo existen si hay alguien para tomarlas. Hoy las comunidades cripto de Latinoamérica están listas para dar el siguiente paso. Hoy nace Mexo. Llegamos para cambiar las reglas del juego en Latinoamérica. Con Mexo puedes comprar, vender y tradear activos digitales como un pro. Tenemos el kit de herramientas más completo del mercado para llevar tu forma de tradear al siguiente nivel. Realiza spot trading, contract trading y aprovecha los beneficios de nuestro P2P Marketplace desde tu laptop o celular. También puedes expandir tus conocimientos en Mexo Academy. En nuestra plataforma puedes operar con altos volúmenes de transacción y una amplia gama de criptomonedas para tradear con una profundidad de mercado global nunca antes vista en Latinoamérica. Estándares de seguridad de clase mundial, transacciones sin preocupaciones. Mexo es una plataforma centrada en ti y en tu forma de crecer. Estamos aquí 24 horas al día, los 365 días al año. Toma el control de tus oportunidades. Es una nueva era, no hay límites. Mexo está aquí para llevarte a un mejor futuro. Con Mexo, el futuro está en tus manos.
Stratum Blue is one of the most successful products created by Stratum, a global company leader in cryptocurrency financial services. Based in Hong Kong, Stratum was created in 2013 as CoinBR, quickly becoming one of the largest cryptocurrency services companies in Latin America. Nowadays, Stratum offers crypto financial services in Latin America and South Africa, while expanding to European and Asian markets. Stratum Blue is a digital token that represents a basket of 14 cryptocurrencies. It is the most simple and effective way to purchase different cryptocurrencies at once using smart diversification. Blue components are the most valued cryptocurrencies in the market, representing over 80% of the entire cryptocurrency market value. So if you believe cryptocurrencies as a whole is a great investment for the future, then Blue is an excellent token to have. Currently, the Blue basket is composed of 50% Bitcoin and 50% other cryptos, also known as altcoins. The advantage of buying Blue is that you do not need to hold several cryptocurrencies, and you do not have to worry about selecting or exchanging these cryptocurrencies and their percentages in the basket. We do that work for you. We invite you to visit our website at stratumblue.hk, in which you may find our white paper, fact sheet, FAQ, plus other relevant information. Our site is very transparent, listing all of our basket components, past gains, real-time price, and our fees and minimums. You may always contact us at sales@stratumblue.hk and via our social media. Registration is very simple and easy. All you need is an email address and to create a strong password. We value your privacy and your security. Our platform counts with two-factor authentication and an individual review of every token redemption. Blue has a very simple and straightforward user interface in which you may check your balance and its value on different currencies, check Blue's real-time price, review Blue's price history, create a purchase, review each crypto component of the basket, check on your transactions, and review our charity efforts, which we donate from our fees. Using our services page, you may also transfer your tokens or exchange them for Bitcoin after 60 days. There is also an area to keep track of your referrals. You get paid for referring to Blue, and your referrals get a bonus, so tell your friends. Insights show current details about the cryptocurrency basket. In this page, you will also find a quarterly report containing market commentary, Blue performance, funds management, and predictive analysis. Thank you for watching.
Posting a video of a pet using a laptop works. Aw, isn't that cute? If the pet is a badger, it works even better. But if that badger holds B-Pro, it works like crazy. Because with mock liquidity mining, you get mocks every day, which allows you to govern the protocol and add value to Bitcoin. Money on chain, bringing Bitcoin into the mainstream.
Somos Argen BTC, el sitio de tus criptomonedas. Podés comprar y vender sin comisión, transferir fondos con acreditación automática y retirar tu dinero en todo el país. Opera las 24 horas, fácil y seguro. Nuestros usuarios nos recomiendan. Sumate vos también. Ingresá ahora en argenbtc.com.
there was singularity. Singularity became chaos, and chaos became structure. Structure became cause. Cause became effect, and effect became relations. So God saw it was okay. Nah, sorry, just kidding. Relations became trade. Trade brought depth, and depth became commodities. Commodities became gold. Gold brought banks, and banks created notes, and everyone was happy. Or that's what we thought. Notes became currency. Currency became fiat, and fiat became paper. Paper brought abuse. Abuse brought bubbles, and bubbles became empty. Empty became loss. Loss became chaos, and chaos became bailouts. End of the story. No. Bailouts brought Bitcoin. Bitcoin removed paper. Bitcoin removed abuse. And Bitcoin brought blockchain. Blockchain restored trust. Trust restored hope. And hope became revolution. Revolution is understood at LABITCONF, the main Bitcoin and blockchain conference in Latin America.
And here we are again, second day of LABITCONF. I hope you just seen the past video about the origin of money. Yes, we really like that video, and actually it shivers me when it says no, Satoshi Nakamoto. So if you haven't seen it or you want to re-see the video, you can go to LABITCONF channel in YouTube. You have brackets R evolution. Yes, it's the revolution. And you'll be able to share it with your friends. Yes, it's a very beautiful video about how we get from the origins and the Big Bang to Bitcoin today. So, bueno, welcome to this new day. If you're watching us through Bitcoin Magazine, welcome also to everyone who's there in Bitcoin Magazine, either Facebook, their YouTube, their Twitter, their website. Yes, thanks to Chris Queiroz for his help. If you want to join us, if you want to join our platform, remember, you can go into labitconf.com. There you will be able to go to the booth. You will be able to even see how you will connect on Saturday to go to the moon, a party on the moon. If you have a VR helmet or you want to go through the PC, you can, once you log in, you will be able to know what you need to do to go to the party. Also, if you join the website, you will be able to go to the other channel, the other track, which is in Spanish. If you happen to speak Spanish, welcome also to join us there. We have different topics, and that's it. Today we are going to have more a monetary talk. Yes, we will be having Max and Casey on the end. You need to stay till 4 o'clock, but 4 o'clock. Sorry, I don't know what time you are there, but it's in 3 hours. Yes, we will be launching for first time Max and Stacy's video in a 3D characterized avatars. I hope you've been able to see also yesterday's talk about Giacomo Zucco doing the 3 little pigs. At the end of the conference, we will be showcasing the 6 videos all together in Bitcoin Magazine and all the other main media partners that have joined us during the conference. So also today, now, right after me, we will have Matthew Mesinski. He will be talking about, no, actually we will have Robert Lee from Dragon Draper Fund. If you remember well, the Draper Fund were the one Team Draper, yes? Was the one who bought almost all the Silk Road Bitcoins that were given out by the Feds. So they were, I would say, the first main big investors, industry investors playing this game. And fortunately, because they did very, very well. And so we invited them, we invited Robert to join and discuss and tell us about what he sees, why, how much, and what is happening in this investment, private investments towards Bitcoin. Yes, and then we have Matthew Besiski giving a talk. He's very into the Austrian economics, and he will be talking from Crypto Voices. You can follow him also. He will be talking about the quantitative easing and the impact into the crypto space. Yes, and talking about the crypto space and the impact, we will also have a discussion about CDBCs right after Matthew, led by Gabriel Kurman, who is from Latin America, but including several others like Amber Scott and several other speakers. And I do have a lot of expectations, not about what are CDBCs, we all know what CDBCs are, but what could be the impact in Bitcoin. Yes, what could happen? Will it fight? Will it replace, or will it provide more assets or more value flow into the Bitcoin space? So I hope you stay with us. Yes, it's just in 1 more minute we'll be starting. Also, right after the CDBCs, we're going to something completely different. Yes, we will ask you to close your eyes. We will ask you to put on the best headphones you have, and we will put you into a 8D sensation with the sound. Yes, you will feel sound coming from everywhere. Yes, and it's a project called The Sound of Bitcoin. I invite you, and it will be the launch, the first time. Yes, it will be shown. But I invite you to join The Sound of Bitcoin if you want already, and see the full audio. It's very fun. I hope you stay with us and listen to us, and listen that. And then we will have other two more panels and Max Kaiser's video. So welcome everybody. Yes, please join labitconf.com. Please on Saturday, remember, join us in our moon party. Yes, it will be very fun. You will be able to win $1,000 just guessing 12 riddles that have to do with Bitcoin. So welcome, and we are starting now.
Hi, my name is Robert, and I work on the investment team at Draper Dragon Fund. We're an early stage venture capital firm under Tim Draper's family of funds. I focus primarily on the crypto and fintech verticals at Draper Dragon, and our team has been allocating capital towards crypto-related venture investments for about 3 or 4 years now. This is a space that is truly fascinating, and I'd love to share with you today some interesting developments that we see. My topic today is specifically about institutional investment in Bitcoin. And as you may know, investors in Bitcoin have been and continue to mostly be retail investors who are trading for their own account. And this contrasts very sharply with some of the other asset classes that you see, like equities, like fixed income, like FX, like commodities, where institutional investors have a strong, sometimes dominating presence. I think this is starting to change for Bitcoin, right? Many people in the crypto industry, myself included, have been very excited about the prospect that mainstream institutional investors are going to get into crypto someday. And I think that in the last 2 years, especially this year, we're seeing some strong signals that this is starting to happen. And let me give you a few examples of what I mean. So earlier this year in, I think, May, Paul Tudor Jones, who is a well-known global macro fund manager and the founder of Tudor Investment Corporation, he publicly praised Bitcoin as a hedge against inflation. And under his management is the Tudor's BVI Global Fund, which has been authorized to hold a low single-digit percentage exposure to Bitcoin futures, according to a note that it sent to its investors. And there's even a news clipping of Tudor Jones on CNBC talking about his views on Bitcoin. Just happened is that Guggenheim, they have their $5.3 billion macro opportunity fund just disclosed in a regulatory filing that it reserved the right to invest up to 10% of its NAV in Bitcoin through Grayscale's Bitcoin Trust. And something super interesting that we didn't really expect happened, but it did. MicroStrategy and Square became the first 2 publicly traded companies here in the US to hold a part of their corporate treasury in Bitcoin. I think MicroStrategy bought something like $250 million worth of Bitcoin a couple months ago, and Square bought something like 50 mil, I believe. Some would also say, you look at the CME Bitcoin contracts as a barometer of institutional involvement. And to that point, CME's Bitcoin futures product saw a big surge in activity in 2020. And open interest right now currently stands at about 8 times what it was 12 months ago. Somewhat related to this is you read some of these sell-side analyst reports written by folks at JP Morgan, Citibank, and BlackRock, and many of them have made bullish price predictions, as well as compared Bitcoin to digital gold. Right? And these are reports that are read by investors worldwide and very well respected in traditional finance. And so, before we dive any further about the subject matter, I think we should address the question of who institutional investors really are. And I think when people talk about institutional investors, they're really referring to a broad classification that encompasses pension funds, mutual funds, sovereign wealth funds, hedge funds, private equity and venture capital funds. Some would even consider folks like proprietary trading firms, as well as the investment managers who are representing high net worth individuals, family offices, and corporate treasuries to be part of that mix of institutional investors. And so what you might notice is that when based on this definition, institutional investors are not really a monolith. In fact, it's pretty tough to generalize about institutional investors as a whole, given that there's so many different types. Let me give you a few key distinctions, though, between institutional investors and retail investors. And I think first and foremost, institutional investors simply mobilize larger amounts of capital when they choose to deploy on towards a certain asset class, a certain asset, towards a certain strategy, right? They're subject to different kinds of regulatory requirements. These investors vary amongst themselves and differ from retail investors by things like different investment objectives. They have different risk tolerances and different investment horizons. And many of these institutional investors are investing on behalf of their clients. And so in that sense, they're actually acting on a fiduciary capacity, not acting on behalf of themselves. And so, given these differences, there's actually very important implications on how institutional investors make decisions, what strategies they choose to adopt, and the workflow that they take when executing those strategies. And there's a few major themes to be found amongst the reasons of why institutional investors find Bitcoin interesting, and why they've all come out in 2020 to speak about and declare their support for Bitcoin, right? First and foremost, one thing it is not is, I would say, institutional investors are generally not interested in Bitcoin as cash. Satoshi Nakamoto's intentions for Bitcoin to be a peer-to-peer electronic cash never really materialized. I would say that some institutional investors, they treat Bitcoin as a durable store of value. And this is largely because Bitcoin has a fixed supply schedule. The currencies of countries like Venezuela, Argentina, Zimbabwe have had big inflation problems in the past, and these problems are still ongoing. And as a result, you have the individuals who have a large exposure to these currencies, and institutions that have a large exposure to these currencies, seeking a better store of value. And for those, Bitcoin is suitable even despite its high volatility and limited utility as actual currency. And I think in context of 2020, you've seen the pandemic taking a very big toll on economies all around the world. And the governments, the central banks of these countries have taken to mobilizing fiscal and monetary policy to an extent far extending beyond the measures undertaken back in 08-09 financial crisis, right? And so to give you some idea of what that means, more than 90 countries have used some form of monetary policy measure. And in the US alone, they launched this new wave of quantitative easing, and that's resulted in a federal balance sheet that now stands at over $7 trillion in assets, right? M2 money supply in the US has been growing 24% year on year since July. And this is comparable to the 5.9% average that we've had since 1982, right? So it's far exceeding the growth, average growth that we've seen over the last 40 years. And this has stoked some new fears amongst both retail investors as well as institutional investors about oncoming inflation, because money supply and inflation are linked. And so institutionals are sometimes treating Bitcoin as a hedge against fiat currency. Now, there are some other institutional investors who are attracted to Bitcoin's superior risk-adjusted returns, which are pretty attractive over a multi-year horizon. And to come to that conclusion, you can just look at the Bitcoin's returns over the last 5-10 years, right? And over the last 4 years, I can say that Bitcoin's Sharpe ratio has been 2.7. And you can compare this with other asset classes like U.S. equities, for example, has a Sharpe of 1.5 over the same time period. I think U.S. bonds probably less than 1. This year especially, Bitcoin's returns have been pretty phenomenal, and it's up 150% year to date, vastly outperforming basically every other asset class out there. And that has certainly drawn some attention, right? Investors really like Bitcoin's low return correlation with other assets like equities, fixed income, commodities. And so in that sense, it has a pretty good diversification benefit for money managers who maybe have exposure to a broad basket of different assets. Now, some are here to profit from arbitrage opportunities in the Bitcoin market. Some institutionals are here to make markets for Bitcoin and other Bitcoin-related products. And so these folks, they may not take a very long Bitcoin view, but they're here to exploit some of these pricing inefficiencies, and also here to make money by capturing the bid-ask spread, right, when they make markets. Some institutionals participate mainly by providing certain kinds of services to Bitcoin investors without necessarily being Bitcoin investors for themselves, right? An example would be Fidelity Digital Assets, which is a subsidiary under Fidelity Investments. And they're providing custody services, execution services, other stuff as well. And so institutional investors can get exposure to Bitcoin returns in quite a number of different ways. They can invest nakedly in Bitcoin on the spot market. They can invest in Bitcoin derivatives. They can invest in entities like index funds and exchange traded products. And they can assign active fund managers to trade Bitcoin. Lastly, I should mention that some institutional investors are actually more excited about blockchain technology and distributed ledger technology than Bitcoin, right? To give you some examples of what I mean by that, 2 years ago, Yale Endowment Fund and Fairfax County Pension Funds invested in, I think, a couple different crypto VC funds, right? And these crypto VC funds, much like ourselves, primarily invest in companies that are using blockchain technology in other kinds of use cases in varying ways. And Harvard Endowment Fund had directly invested in a crypto company's token offering, right? Another way that some institutional investors are, more excited about blockchain technology, they may be using, this underlying technology in improving the settlement and clearing of traditional assets, whether they're equities, whether they're ETFs, whether they're bonds. Now, I think there are a few issues that are still holding back the majority of institutional investors from allocating capital freely towards Bitcoin. And I'd like to name some of those today. Number one would be reputational issues, right? So stemming from Bitcoin's previous association with organized crime and terrorists and online drug dealers, I think in years past, many folks were very quick to casually dismiss Bitcoin as a fraud or as a scam. Now, I think a lot has changed in the recent years. Government agencies have been working very closely with companies like Chainalysis to identify malicious activity like money laundering. And Bitcoin's reputation, I think, will start to change for the better, especially as these thought leaders, like I mentioned, Paul Tudor Jones or Steve Druckenmiller from traditional financial services start to publicly endorse Bitcoin. Now, there's another big one, which is regulation. And granted, this varies very much so between different jurisdictions. Some countries are much more forward-thinking when it comes to cryptocurrency than others, which are less advanced, maybe less educated, right? I think, when we talk about the US, in many ways, crypto regulation here in the US is not mature. And spot exchanges in the US, spot crypto exchanges in the US are not regulated in the same way that national securities exchanges like NYSE or NASDAQ are. And so, as you can imagine, they're not held to the same kinds of standards of investor protection. So crypto broker-dealers, similarly, right, they're not regulated in the same sense that securities broker-dealers are. And there's a few light spots where you can see, CFTC has deemed Bitcoin to be a commodity, and venues that offer Bitcoin futures like CME and BAC operating in the US have to operate under CFTC oversight. And as a result, I think, generally institutional investors feel more comfortable participating in a market that lives under a regulatory framework that they're familiar with and that is well policed, well enforced. Another thing I should point out is that earlier this year, again, you have the OCC publishing a letter where it gave official permission to US national banks to provide custody services, as well as to provide banking services to custody companies. And this is a huge step forward. Granted, we're waiting for more specific regulation and guidelines for how these banks, and as well as non-bank financial institutions, should go about to deliver these services. But this is a big breakthrough, right? And I think many banks have since expressed their due interest in developing, their in-house crypto services, which is gives me a lot of hope for where we're going in this country. I remain very hopeful also that the many regulatory bodies here in the U.S. will eventually deliver, thoughtful rules and guidelines for crypto companies to follow. And they are paying attention to the issue and spending a lot of time discussing it internally, as well as in collaboration with the various folks who are delivering crypto services today. One other aspect would be the fear of market manipulation. And I think, they're not wrong to think that. This is not an unreasonable fear, given that historically there's been a great deal of Bitcoin market activity occurring on certain overseas exchanges where they exist and operate under little regulatory oversight. And as a result, these exchanges get away with poor market surveillance practices, poor KYC AML practices, negligent customer due diligence practices. And when exchange operators do not prioritize investor protection, that leaves room for market abuse and market failures. Investors who trade on those exchanges risk being exploited by bad actors. Volatility is something that concerns certain institutional investors. I think I read somewhere that earlier this year, so far this year, Bitcoin's monthly price change has averaged about 10%, maybe more than that. Some of them have pointed out that this is worsened by highly levered positions on offshore exchanges, given that leverage is very easily accessible at these places. And you might find that in the Bitcoin market, flash crashes still occur somewhat frequently. And the last point that's holding certain institutional investors back may be, until recent years, this broad lack of institutional services and tool sets. And this goes to the point that the kind of pain points that institutional investors experience when they trade, when they try to secure and manage their crypto assets, are quite different from those of the average Joe retail investor. And some of these pain points are still not very well met today. I want to list a few of these pain points. Right? So institutional investors, they tend to be more sensitive to transaction costs than retail investors, and that's because they trade in size. They want to minimize price slippage when they trade, and sourcing these block size liquidity in Bitcoin's fragmented market is it's a technological challenge. They care a lot about security more than the average Joe retail investor. Stakes are pretty high when institutions hold a lot of Bitcoin, and so they need some way to keep their coins safe. Lastly, you may see that a lot of these institutional investors, when they try to participate in the Bitcoin market, they brush up against the treasury management problems when they trade Bitcoin across a number of different market venues. And that's largely because of the requirement to pre-fund their trades and settle trades individually on each venue independently, right? And this creates a huge operational headache. It also means that institutional investors cannot deploy capital very flexibly. And so, this is a good segue into what we do here at Draper Dragon Fund. Over the last 2 years at our fund, we've been casting bets on startup companies that cater to these pain points that I spoke about. These types of startup companies provide services that form the financial market infrastructure for crypto, and stands to really benefit from crypto coming to mainstream finance, because they facilitate the kind of way that institutions prefer to trade and manage their Bitcoin holdings. Now, very interestingly, I would point out that the founders behind some of these startup companies come from senior positions on Wall Street, where they previously built similar things for mature asset classes like equities or FX. We care about subsectors like Bitcoin exchanges, Bitcoin derivative exchanges, custodians, broker dealers and execution services, market data vendors, lenders, settlement solution providers. And this is probably a good time for me to highlight a few investments we made in the previous years, right? So we invested in Ledger 2 years ago. They're a crypto custody technology company. And a lot of people don't know that they have this business unit under them called Ledger Vault, which is dedicated to serving institutional custody needs. And Ledger Vault is well positioned as a vendor to banks that want to service crypto, but may not have the technological competency to custody client assets. And this year, Ledger actually collaborated with the Nomura Bank to launch a joint venture called Komainu, which is a digital asset custodian for institutional market participants. We also invested in Shield Market earlier this year. They're a crypto broker and dark pool based in France. And ever since they received their digital asset service provider license from the French AMF, which is equivalent to the SEC here in the US, they've actually been approached by a lot of family offices and wealth managers in Europe who have taken an interest in Bitcoin. There's Hong Kong Bit Exchange, which is a professional crypto exchange based in Hong Kong, and is regulated under the Hong Kong's Securities Exchange Reg framework. They want to cater to Asia-based financial institutions that want to trade Bitcoin. And so, moving forward, we expect these types of companies to play a major role in ushering institutional market participants into the Bitcoin world and capture value from doing so. So it's very much of a picks and shovels play. And in a few years, I expect there'll be a much more diverse investor base behind Bitcoin than we see today. So for those who are listening, if you believe that, as I do, institutional Bitcoin investors like Tudor Investment Corp or Guggenheim are just the tip of a very large iceberg, then Bitcoin is probably still cheap to buy now, even though we are at nearly all-time highs in Bitcoin price. And in conclusion, I imagine that at some point in the future, Bitcoin can become much less exotic of an asset and much more mainstream. You'll find Bitcoin in the portfolios of corporations, in the portfolios of government treasuries, in people's 401ks and pension plans. And yeah, thank you for listening.
I am. It's me? Well, thanks, Robert, for your presentation. And now we're having Matthew Masinskis. If you haven't checked him yet, yes, please go to Crypto Voices. Crypto Voices is their podcast. He's doing a podcast together with Fernando Ulrich from Brazil. They usually discuss economic aspects, but they invite people from the industry to talk and to get them to know. So welcome, Matthew. We will discuss about the monetary issues with you. Welcome.
All right. Thank you very much, Rodolfo. I hope you guys can hear me okay. Matthew Masinskis here. I'm in Eastern Europe. I'm literally this past weekend from Santiago de Chile, a few years ago. Warmer and nicer then. Sort of the opposite in the world today. The is measuring money, and money that all goes together. But yeah, measuring money when money actually cannot be measured. So these are the questions I'm going to answer. Be very concrete. There's a lot of numbers here. Be very concrete. This presentation, not too much philosophizing. All right, we want to talk about Bitcoin. What's the deal comparing it to different money supplies? Question and answer. What are the money supplies that are economically comparable with 21 billion? How to distinguish the correct fiat money supply? Perhaps you've heard of M1, M2, M3. Can money be measured? Two that it cannot in the title. And can money measure something else? Is it the exchange rate? So only money in this stuff. And I can talk about bonds, interest rates, treasuries, or anything like that. Solo dinero. Right? In this talk. Only money. I'm only going to talk about money. All right. And see, this is how I look at it. The global money pool is about roughly $36 trillion equivalent in value. Fiat money, the dollars, euros, yen, and pesos that we know and love or hate, about 70% of the pie. Gold is a little less than 30%. Silver, about 2%. Bitcoin, 1% or less. This is how I look at it, and break this down and explain it a little bit more. Before we do that, though, we have to really be specific and address an important issue here that is not understood a lot. So, not your keys, not your coins. If you're new to Bitcoin, you've probably heard that. If you're not new to Bitcoin, you definitely know this is like gospel. I'm not talking about the difference between SPG and running a full node. Obviously, you should run a full node. But I'm just going to read it here. So Bitcoin destroys historical confusion over what they call the bearer asset. When you control Bitcoins, Satoshis, on-chain UTXOs, portions of Bitcoins via the private key, they are yours and yours alone. However, if you buy Bitcoins on an exchange, if you send Bitcoins to an exchange, if you don't have the keys, that's a very important question to answer. So no one asked the second question, not your keys, not your coins. Okay, that's understandable enough. But then what do you have if you send Bitcoins to an exchange in your name? And the answer is you have a claim. Very, very important thing to understand. You have a claim. So anytime you open an account or anytime you deposit money in an institution, the money is in the bank. It's in the Bitcoin exchange. It's in the gold repository. The money is there. It sounds easy. It sounds simple when I say that, but economists have argued over this a long time. I'll go so far even to say that the exchange owns the money. You may think it's your money, but the exchange actually owns it. It's on their balance sheet. It's an asset for them now. They have the money, the Bitcoin, the dollars, gold would work the same way. The pesos, whatever it is, you put it in the bank, they have the money, but you don't have nothing. What do you have? Well, you have, as I said, a claim. Again, not your keys, not your coins, but what do you have? You have a claim. And that is reflected in many things. Over the centuries, you'd have checks, bank cards, credit cards, debit cards. Most notably today, we have mobile financial services on our phone, right? All of these things are ways of managing money, moving money, and we call it money all the time, but really what it is it's a claim. You have a claim. You are a creditor to the institution, to the bank, to the crypto exchange, whatever. So anytime you log into Kraken, Bittrex, Binance, Coinbase, and you see 0.5 Bitcoins to your name, they have the Bitcoin. You have a claim. Remember, not your keys, not your coins, but what is the next thing? It is a claim. So that's very, very important to understand. You are actually the creditor to the exchange, to the bank. They are the debtor to you. Ask the MT Gox former account holders, where their Bitcoin is. Hopefully they might get it soon, but what do they have until then? They have a claim. They trade those claims even, sometimes people are selling those claims at discounts around Bitcoin world, but yeah, they have a claim. So anything that is not the money basically is a claim. Anytime you have an account, checking, savings, whatever, it's a claim. So it's an important thing to understand, especially when we want to talk about what money supplies compare with Bitcoin, as I mentioned at the beginning. I'm not sure if the audio and the video got cut off at the beginning, but don't worry, it should be clear here. So what is the actual money then? What compares with Bitcoin's eventual 21 million units? Well, as I mentioned, historically, gold and silver, even a child knows this, commodity money was money for centuries, for millennia. Silver before gold. And then we had paper. Actually, 800 years ago, Kublai Khan in the Mongolian Chinese empire, joint empire that he was running 800 years ago, started paper money. But for the last 50 years, for sure, paper money has also been a comparable money supply to Bitcoin. And then we have this third thing, which is the digital ledger. Now, obviously, Bitcoin is a part of this, the digital ledger. Now, this could be a paper ledger as well, no problem. Fiat bank reserves fall under here. So again, we're trying to compare money supplies. We're trying to get a lay of the land of what compares to Bitcoin, what doesn't compare with Bitcoin. The digital ledger, which is obviously this is where Bitcoin sits. There's also centralized digital ledgers, and today we have what's called a fiat bank reserve account. That is what sits on the central bank level. You can think of it basically as every bank's account with the central bank, with their respective central bank. Doesn't matter if you're in Germany or US or Argentina. All banks have a bank reserve account. So bank reserves plus paper currency, those two things together are the monetary base. They are the printing press. This is when we say printing money. What does it mean? Central banks are printing money, yada, 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 printing press, go burr, all those things. This is what we're talking about. The fiat paper currency and the fiat bank reserves together. And only these things are controlled by the central bank. Only these things. The central bank does not print any other money but this. So that's an important point to understand because, we think about printing money. That obviously is an important thing to compare with Bitcoin. So gold and silver, paper currency, fiat bank reserves, together, those are basic money or the printing press or the monetary base. And then Bitcoin. So we have commodity money, paper money, and digital money. This the three basic kinds of money in the world. Again, not a claim, not a claim. It's the actual money. It's the actual money we want to find. We're looking for in this presentation, not a claim. All right, so let's go back to this chart that I showed you at the beginning. And my audio might have been cut off at the beginning, but anyway, this chart that I showed at the beginning, what is this fiat money then? That is the monetary base. That's what I just discussed. It is the fiat paper currency, the euros, the yen, the pesos that you know and love or hate in your wallet, and the bank reserves, which is each account has a bank account with the central bank. That is literally how they print money, as they say, with a keystroke. It's into their reserve account. Don't worry about how it's done. Don't worry about bonds, stocks, whatever. Deuda publica, no bonds, no debt. We're not worrying about it. We're just tracking money here. And that is the money. That is the money. All right. So that is the pie, and hopefully a little bit clearer on what this is represented here as fiat money. And it's about 25 trillion today. And how is that tracked? Well, we go to each central bank's balance sheet and we look it up. And we've done this for over 2 years now. I release it quarterly on Twitter. I don't write articles about it yet, but that's what it is. It's called the monetary base, and it's the top 30 floating currencies in the world are in this part of the pie here, this $25 trillion equivalent amount. We're going to get to 50 currencies next year, but as of right now, we got 30 currencies. All right, final point on fiat basic money. And by the way, those top 30 currencies is basically the whole story. They're 95% of global GDP, 80% of population. So even there will be, some adjustments next year. We'll get to 50 currencies, but yeah, it's a lot. And we'll break it down in just 1 second. So final points on fiat basic money. It is the ultimate settlement media or money today in the system. It is not a callable claim. It's not redeemable for anything else. It's how we settle ultimately. So you and I can settle with pesos or euros or dollars and paper, and banks, the way that banks settle, they settle with that reserve account with their central bank. Those two together, again, are the basic money. That is the money supply that's comparable to Bitcoin. So here we can answer the question. It was a trick question, M1, M2, M3. Any money supply that includes redeemable instruments, i.e. your checking account, your savings account, time deposits where you can redeem dollars or pesos, or even a Bitcoin account at an exchange. All of those things are claims. They're not economically comparable with Bitcoin, with on-chain Bitcoin or gold or silver, which is not a claim. So those money supplies won't work. And all of them, M1, M2, M3, M1 includes demand deposits. M2 includes savings deposits, typically time deposits sometimes. M3 includes time deposits, money market mutual funds. All of those things are claims. It's all a claim. Go back to that picture. It's some sort of fiduciary media. It's some sort of other media to scale payments. It's not the actual money. It's not the money. So we want to track the money. That's what we want to get at. All right. So that's why if people look at M1, M2, M3, they look at these different money supplies and they try to compare it with Bitcoin. Actually, none of them are economically comparable. You got to look at the monetary base, the actual paper money and the actual bank reserves. Again, they are not redeemable at all. That's how the monetary system works today. All right. So again, this is the pie. 70% fiat, a little less than 30% gold, less than 2% silver, and then we got Bitcoin, very small. Now let's break it down even further. All right, so let's compare the fiat, physical currency and bank reserves, the monetary base. I told you that we've done 30 currencies. I'm just showing the top 10, short presentation here. This is just top 10. There are actually 4 Latino currencies in this, the Colombian peso, Mexican peso, Brazilian real, and the peso Argentine. But they are actually towards the end. Somewhat famously, some of these currencies have inflated in Latin America, as you know. They're like ranked mostly 20 to 30 in this exhibit. We are only looking at top 10. All right. Left-hand axis is dollar trillion, equivalent dollar trillion. So up to 7 trillion here. You may be surprised to know the Bank of Japan actually has the largest monetary base in the world. There is yen behind this bar, okay? I'm doing everything in dollars because we need to find a unit of account of the US dollar. But there is yen here, the actual paper yen that is printed. And the Bank of Japan's been printing money like no one for the past 30 years. They are experts at it. They've been doing quantitative easing well before the Federal Reserve, at least 10 years, roughly the way we define quantitative easing today. About $5.62 trillion of yen are out there. Ignore the orange bar here for a second. Bear with me. Eurozone is actually very close. It's neck and neck, depending on the exchange rate you use. Euro is basically identical in size to the yen, the euro. You may be surprised that US dollar is actually number 3rd today. It's ranked number 3, a little less than $5 trillion. Actual dollars, actual dollar accounts. That's when the Fed prints that money, when they hit that keystroke. This is the money supply you need to look at. This compares with Bitcoin. Then we got the Chinese yuan. You might obviously notice here we have the big 4 currencies: dollar, euro, yen, and yuan. They are the top 4 currencies in the world. Now look at this: the formerly great British pound of sterling, a little over $1 trillion equivalent. They're pounds here. It's the oldest, most historical, most successful, arguably, fiat currency because it's the most long running. Is a distant 5th. Then we got the Swissy. They own Facebook, by the way, with the money they print. So does the Bank of Japan. They own Facebook with the money they print. Then we have the Indian rupee. And now look at this: Bitcoin. Today, I'm using a $18,500 valuation. It's a bit conservative on today's price. It's ranked number 8. This is actually a record. This is a record for Bitcoin right now. Bitcoin has never been ranked 8th out of all the currencies in the world. In 2017, it was ranked 9th. Now it's ranked 8th. This is actually a record. Rounding out the top 10 fiat, we have the loonie, the Russian ruble, and the South Korean won. Now, on the right axis here, we have in dollar per coin. What does that mean per Bitcoin at each supply? So you'd have to go below $10,000 to meet the level of the amount of South Korean won, the money in South Korea mostly in the world. You'd have to go below $10,000 a coin. Go back to the left axis, over $300,000 a coin to match either the yen or the euro. Not together, either the yen or the euro, and about $260,000 to match the dollar. So again, the sort of the mid-major currencies that Bitcoin has in its sights, there's only 3 left: the rupee, the Swiss franc, and the pound sterling. Formerly great British pound sterling at $60,000 a coin, it would meet that. There's nothing left. There's nothing else you need to look at. This is the top 10 floating currencies in the world. This is their monetary base. This is the money supply that compares with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is ranked today at number 8. That is a record. And I think this helps in economic calculation if you're aware of this. Okay, so that's fiat. Let's compare the metals. As I said, most children know that gold and silver was money in the past. Central bankers don't seem to know that, but most children do know that. I've broken this down in, I think, a couple interesting ways here. Go through a couple of them very quickly. Again, we got a quick presentation here. Again, dollar trillion here, dollar trillion, and then the price per coin on the right axis, the line. But let's ignore the line for a second. All the gold in the world in dollar terms is about 11 trillion. Since the Egyptian times, ancient Sumeria, 6,000 years, is a little over 6 billion ounces of gold that have been mined throughout history. You got to take about 10, 15% of that out to get to the available gold, which is actually 50% of that is jewelry, which a lot of people are surprised. But, that's part of the gold liquid market. So I call that gold available, jewelry and bullion. That's coins and bars. You got to take out 50% of that to get to monetary gold. But still, that jewelry is a big part of it. So it's in dowries in India. It's in dowries in China. It's passed down through families. It's a big part of the gold market. 50% is in jewelry. But if we get to coins and bars, it's about half of that. So it's about, roughly a little less than 3 billion ounces, $4.62 trillion equivalent. How much of that is in central banks? Maybe 2 trillion. They don't really tell us. Famously, the US hasn't audited their repository since the Eisenhower administration. $2 trillion equivalent of gold in central banks. That's 1.1 billion ounces. Now, that's gold, broken down many different ways. I think it's interesting to look at. Silver. There's been many articles that Bitcoin has passed silver. It has not. I'll tell you when it does. We do this release every quarter. I'll tell you when it does. It has not passed silver yet. Articles from 2016 even were saying Bitcoin passed silver. They were looking at the annual production of silver, not the stock, not the total all time. So 53 billion ounces of silver has been produced all time. Here it is. Cut out half of that through industrial because it's in phones and conductors, wires, iPads. It's in industry a lot. You got to take that out to get to the available silver, which is mostly jewelry. It's about a little less than $700 billion worth of silver in the world. Then we have Bitcoin. So don't worry. I'll tell you when it passes silver. It hasn't yet. I'll skip these in the interest of time. Actually, just the very one at the very end, silver in central banks. There actually is some silver still in central banks, very little amount, but it's just kind of interesting. Now we can look at what Bitcoin price it would be, right? The line here. Bitcoin would have to go back to about $100 at today's coin supply to reach the value of all silver in central banks. That's kind of an interesting fact. But let's focus on these two right here. We have gold reported in repositories and silver reported in repositories. The gentleman that I get this data from, I purchased this data from, his name is Nick Laird. Very nice gentleman, nice gold and silver professional. I do some other research to get to all of this breakdown, but the main data I get from him. But he calculates these two categories, calls them transparent gold and transparent silver. What is this? It's basically all the gold that's published transparently by institutions for private investment. What does that mean? ETFs, the GLD, SLV, the Perth Mint, any sort of institution that's publicly publishing their numbers, it's here. So it's an abstract, but it's a consistently reported category. Very interesting. Gold Money, which is a company that I have no problem with. Jim Turk's a nice, reputable professional as well. He has no problem with Bitcoin. But there is a cantankerous individual on Twitter named Peter Schiff. No doubt many of you know him. He blusters a lot about Bitcoin and how much better gold is. Now, I have no problem with gold, no problem with silver, but isn't it interesting? Of all of the publicly available private gold in the world, that is everything in an ETF, every gold in the Perth Mint and other private mints, all the gold in Gold Money, which Peter Schiff is an investor in, smaller than Bitcoin in USD terms. Bitcoin would have to fall to about $16,000 an ounce, according to Nick Laird, to reach all of the publicly available gold and silver in the world actually combined. Okay, so that's comparing the metals of Bitcoin. Now let's compare the Bitcoin with itself. Slightly different chart. First of all, we're billions here, billions on this scale, not trillions of dollars, billions. And instead of price per Bitcoin, this is just actual Bitcoin. All right, so this is the number of Bitcoin. This is the number I've been using, the headline number many use, many understand. This is the coin supply as of yesterday, the coin cap at about $18,500 an ounce, $343 billion worth of Bitcoin in the world. Most people use this. But Coinmetrics has another interesting one. Remember how I removed industrial gold and silver from some of those calculations? Coinmetrics does this. Any lost, frozen Satoshi's Bitcoins, even confiscated Bitcoins in some way, I understand they're tracking. It's kind of an interesting one. About 4 million Bitcoins less available. They call it the free float. Again, I'm just using available. I like that. Simple. They call it the free float. So maybe at some time in the future, we'll start to actually analyze Bitcoin more with this money supply rather than this, which is the headline number. Nonetheless, it should be said, I'm using the headline number when I'm talking about all those comparisons. And then our good friend Rodolfo Novak here at Bitcoin Treasuries. There's lots of companies that are publicly purchasing Bitcoin, even though they might not necessarily even be in the Bitcoin or crypto space. MicroStrategy being perhaps the most famous among them. GBTC is in there. Not exchange Bitcoin, but almost a million coins are there. So it's many different ways to track Bitcoin and to compare. So that's Bitcoin with itself. Now, final slide here, just to discuss again, summarize what we've been doing. Were we measuring money here? Just a little bit of a historical gem, economic tidbit from Ludwig von Mises, one of the most famous and the best economists in the 20th century. Money is a measuring stick. Is it? Here's what he says. What has been said should have been made sufficiently clear. The unscientific nature of the practice of attributing to the function value, sorry, it's actually blocked, of attributing to the function of acting as a measure of price or even value. Subjective value is not measured, but graded. Sorry, it was partly blocked on my own screen here. When I was reading it, didn't memorize the quote. Subjective value is not measured, but graded. In other words, money is not a measuring stick. Money is not a measuring stick. Money does not equal a liter. It does not equal a meter. It's not a fixed thing that we can measure. What I have done here is used a unit of account that's very common today, the US dollar. I've used general exchange rates, but you can find different exchange rates. I've tracked the appropriate money supply, which is the monetary base. You got to look at the monetary base if you want to look at what Bitcoin is really comparing and up against in the world. Made an effort to aid in economic calculation, but none of it matters until you decide what money is, until you actually purchase that Bitcoin or sell that Bitcoin. Even though Bitcoin's total coin value is eventually fixed at 21 million, they can be lost, frozen, or burned. Supply and demand differs all the time, every day. Even when there's going to be 21 million Bitcoins, some are going to be lost, some are going to be frozen, some are going to be burned. So none of it matters until you actually decide what money is, until you actually make that purchase. We're just tracking here. We're generally trying to find a lay of the land, but supply and demand changes every day. I could have done this in barrels of oil. I could have done this in apples or bushels of wheat. We got to find the money to generally see where Bitcoin is. And as I believe, and I am publishing, it's about $36 trillion equivalent today. As Bitcoin rises in demand, perhaps we'll start quoting things in Satoshis and not in dollars. So that's my presentation. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it, and hope to see you all in person down in South America next year.
Okay, hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here again at LABITCONF and join these amazing talks. We have a very special panel today. We're going to be talking about central bank digital currencies, or CBDCs, and we have a wonderful set of experts in the field. And I think it's very important to frame this conversation and to explain to the audience why it's important that in a Bitcoin conference we are talking about CBDCs. And for that, I would like to take this phrase of Andreas Antonopoulos that said yesterday when we started the conference that Bitcoin was not about a financial asset or a financial revolution. It was about building a more fair society, which I think we all agree that is desperately needed right now in the world. So I think it's important to keep that in mind. And when discussing CBDCs today, try to frame it in that context. Now, why this is so relevant and how they could affect positively or negatively in this construction of a more fair and better society for everyone. So we can go around the table now. Please introduce yourselves and let us know what are you doing related to CBDC, so we understand the approach and the perspective from which you are starting this conversation. So Joey, would you like to start?
Sure. So just to give you a bit of very short background, I'm a lawyer based in Gibraltar. I work with the government authority in building out our regulatory framework for this space specifically. I work with different groups from the United Nations ODC side of things for the regulatory authorities in the Southeast Asia region, all the way through to the Water Initiative in Philadelphia and the Digital Chamber of Commerce, etc. So I'm a lawyer by practice, but I'm also on the board of IOV Labs and the Zappo group. So with Zappo, I also act as their representative on the Libra Now Diem Association, which is obviously relevant, and work with different authorities in the development of their, let's call it, stablecoin / CBDC related initiatives. So that's a broad brush. And to answer your question, Gabriel, I mean, from my perspective, of course, it's relevant. I mean, to draw that kind of BTC, CBDC, question point, I think that most people today will understand the layer of interaction that there is between the stablecoin universe, let's call it the extreme sort of Tether example, and the BTC universe. And the CBDC sort of discussion, to an extent, at the beginning there was this argument that blockchain is one thing and cryptocurrency is something else, and they're completely segregated things. And now there's more of an understanding that there's a sort of evolution of that underlying sort of technology, and I would say that the CBDC application is a kind of natural evolution of that, and I can see there being lots of sort of future interaction. That's a huge discussion, but that would be a very short answer to that question.
Thank you very much. Amber?
My name is Amber Scott. I'm the CEO at Outlier Compliance Group. So we're regulatory geeks, meaning that essentially I spend a lot of time explaining regulation to virtual asset service providers and Bitcoin companies. And then I explain Bitcoin companies to regulators. So essentially I have no friends. From a CBDC perspective, as a Canadian, I think that it's interesting to point out that we do actually have a description in our law now, or at least in our anti-money laundering law in Canada, that differentiates between fiat currency, being currency that's issued by a central bank or government and is the official currency of a nation, and virtual currency, which is seen as being different from that and privately issued. So when I think of central bank digital currencies from a Canadian perspective, I really look at that as being digital fiat, which I think opens up some really interesting possibilities. But I don't think that we're going to see the evolution of CBDCs in the same way that we've seen the evolution of things like Bitcoin, which are by design censorship resistant, by design borderless. I think that we're talking about a very different beast when we're talking about CBDCs, but that doesn't mean that it can't have tremendous advantages. My favorite example, which is maybe a little bit of a Trojan horse, but I think that if we can introduce transparency to interbank transactions and intergovernmental transactions, that would be absolutely tremendous. You just wouldn't be able to have something like the LIBOR scandal if you had that type of transparency.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Ezequiel?
Thanks. Yeah, so my name is Ezekiel. So I'm a partner at C Labs working on Celo, which is a mobile-first blockchain platform. We also have our own stablecoin pegged to the US dollar. I'm very passionate about CBDC and digital currency technology. I'm a former central banker myself, having worked for many years at the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. And so, when I look at this space, someone once asked me, are CBDCs going to replace Bitcoin? And to me, the answer is no, because I think that they offer just two different perspectives. I think that when we think about CBDCs, as Amber rightly pointed out, they really are just digital fiat in my mind. They're basically the digital version of the banknotes that we all hold in our pocket. But to go to Gabriel's point about, well, how can this help society? I think one of the things is, given the programmability of digital currencies now, and given the ways in which people can hold it, and it's a lot safer and easier and cheaper, we can start to include people that have often been excluded from traditional financial services. And so I think that's the reason why central banks are really interested in this, is because for some of them, 3/4 of their population might be, outside of their traditional financial services scope. And so they really do see this as a way to help their society and bring people in and allow them to have access to some of the things that many of us, including myself, sort of take for granted, like bank accounts and access to savings products and lending products and all those things. So I do see this as something as a very transformative, but it's more about the technology and not necessarily who's issuing it, whether it's a central bank or a private, privately issued. I mean, part of it's about trust, and I'm sure we'll get to that too. So, but thanks for having me.
Very, very interesting perspective, Ezequiel. Thank you so much. Now we're gonna pass it to Pavel, but before I need to mention that, as all of you know, this LABITCONF was supposed to be hosted in Guatemala this year, but then we had this COVID and the pandemic, but apparently Pavel didn't get the email. So as you can see behind him, he went all the way to Guatemala, and today we have him from the beach. Hi, Pavel, welcome to the panel.
Yes, I'm just gonna pick up my drinks, from the bar, so let me do it. Hi guys, pleasure to be here. Lovely to be there physically, but we're gonna wait for this. So I'm CEO, co-founder of CoinFirm. We are a blockchain analytics company with AML focus. We also launching pretty soon the end-to-end solution for DeFi's in terms of AML, KYC. So the whole space of regulations and crypto, I'm very familiar. I'm former banker as well. Spent many years in compliance in various international organizations. Central bank digital currency, what it is currently, I think currently is it's slightly ICO for central banks, right? So we still, everyone is talking about this. There's a lot of noise, but what's going to come out of this? We need to wait and see. I think it's still very early so far. We see China very active in this space, and expanding. When we are involved in conversation with Bank of England, it's actually very early stage, for other jurisdictions. So in principle, I think we need to wait. What's going to happen? I think that the idea, if we probably in this, with the people around this table, we would sit down and design CBDC, that would be excellent. But let's see what politicians going to do with this.
Thank you so much. Nevin, I know you have a lot of experience in Argentina and Venezuela. You're running a very interesting project. So why don't you tell us what you guys are doing and how this relates to CBDCs?
Great. Hi, I'm Nevin. So I'm the co-founder of a project called Reserve, which is a decentralized stablecoin. Today we spend a lot of our time on our consumer product. So not the coin itself, but a mobile app that is available in Venezuela, Argentina, and a couple of other places, which allows citizens to convert their money from Venezuelan bolivars or Argentinian pesos into a digital dollar. Our stablecoin is pegged to the US dollar right now, as many are, and then freely convert it into other currencies or move it into US dollars in like an American bank account, which is a popular activity to do with an app like that these days. And so it's been a really interesting experience coming to understand all of the intricacies of the informal foreign exchange market in capital controlled countries and countries that have high inflation like this. But we think that this is really the major first really big important application outside of crypto speculation, where cryptocurrencies end up being a really big deal. is sort of creating free access to stable money for pretty much anyone in the world with an internet connection. So when it comes to central bank digital currencies, I think the first point that I would be interested in starting off with is just to point out that in cryptocurrency, we're really used to trying to think about and predict what's going to happen by analyzing what is technologically possible, right? So you have all these discussions about cryptography or crypto economics, talking about incentives and protocols and what could be built on top of what, and it's always difficult to predict how the technologies are going to interact. I think 2 years ago we wouldn't have predicted all of the weird things we see going on in DeFi right now, but it's an exercise in predicting what's technologically possible. With central bank digital currencies, I think it's fundamentally a different dynamic, right? Because like someone just said, like if we were the ones designing CBDCs, there's all sorts of things we would want to do with them. And we could reason about what is technologically possible, about the efficiencies that could be created or the access that could be given to many different people around the world for currencies that they usually don't get to hold. But it's really not about that. And I think you can sort of see that by looking at the current banking system today, where there's so much flow of capital and access to capital that could be made possible with the technology that already existed before digital currencies, before Bitcoin, that has been intentionally limited, intentionally not made available to people. And that comes from, I think, fundamentally, that comes from like the good-hearted desire to stop criminal activity. But sometimes that desire to stop criminal activity, ends up also stopping a whole lot of useful economic activity at the same time. So when I think about CBDCs and what's going to happen with them, I think you have to think a lot about what the incentives are of government bodies, government regulators. They're usually trying to do good things, and what those sort of reasons are going to mean as far as what they choose to do with the technology. Because I think there's so much more possible than what is likely to actually happen. And so that's a perspective that I'll try to bring to this conversation today.
That's very interesting and has somehow contradicts what Ezequiel was saying about the potential for inclusion and how much the technology is going to be the driver or the regulatory concerns. So Joey, going straight to the point, does the world need CBDCs? I mean, you're talking to thousands of Bitcoiners and experts in blockchain technology around the world. They know about DAI, they know about money on chain, Reserve, Tether, Bitcoin. Does the world the users need a CBDC?
That's a difficult question, but I would say, I mean, the answer to that question has got to be, I mean, firstly, there's a more difficult question. So what is a CBDC? I mean, because even then, when you start talking about different projects, even that very simple concept, and I know everyone talks about a digital representation of a let's call it physical cash, but it's more complex than that. People sometimes talk about literally a CBDC form of token, let's call it a digitized item, and some people talk about CBDC accounting related systems, basically debiting and crediting transaction protocols, and they call that a CBDC. So people talk about a retail facing CBDC initiative, and then you're talking about not a 1 layer, not a 2 layer, but a 3 layer system with an underlying sort of whatever it is, VASP or wallet provider offering a facility to store and use that currency. Some people talk about a wholesale related product as an interbank sort of payment scale. So what is it that we need, and why do we need it? I would say, that all of the stuff that's happening in the world, I mean, I don't want to repeat something we've probably all heard before, but sort of moving away from a physical touch point to any, physical cash related transaction is becoming a more obvious sort of global direction. And then separate to that, when people look or they could talk about negative implications for illicit activity, CBDCs are can be completely controlled mechanisms around the application of that technology, completely controlled, whether it's from an analytics perspective, whether it's from a burning perspective, whether it's from a transaction limit perspective, but it offers so much facility. When someone was talking about the design elements of a currency as well, building in smart money layers to a digital currency for specific industries, for specific purposes, building in an interest-bearing facility to effectively a form of digital cash is phenomenal as well. So I would say I wouldn't say that I wouldn't be jumping up and down saying that the world needs this to happen, but I would be jumping up and down saying this is such an obvious it's such an obvious development of the use of this underlying base technology that it is going to happen. And really, it's not that I think that it's going to happen. It's sort of already happening. So again, if we talk about the stablecoin universe and we talk about the numbers that we've seen during this difficult year, and people were talking about crazy numbers of the, whether the Tether cap was at 4 billion, it was huge, and then it was at 12 billion, and this was unbelievable. Then it's at 17 billion, then it's at 18 billion. I mean, these are big markets of small transactions that are happening and existing. So again, you already also have, and I won't go on about this, the BIS and the FSB and all of the ECB and the G20 and all of these massive international bodies setting now standards of what they expect to see. So again, when that starts to happen, it's a slow moving exercise, but it is going to happen. Will it be a positive? Yes. Will it be good for the entire ecosystem? I think yes. Will it happen? Absolutely yes. Is it absolutely base layer needed? No, but what is needed? It's yeah.
Okay, very, very insightful. Thanks, Joey, and we know that you have very deep connections in all those conversations. So thanks for these insights, and also thanks for clarifying the different types of CBDCs that we could have. Because sometimes we use the acronym, and some people are thinking in just central bank reserves between the central bank and the banks, and some others are thinking retail, like general public using this token. So, Amber, what do you think? Does the world need a CBDC?
I think so. In your first question, you talked about do users need it, and it kind of depends on how you define users.
Okay.
I think for the people at this conference that are interested in Bitcoin, that know how to use cryptocurrencies, it's not probably super exciting. But I think one of the most interesting CBDC pilot projects that I've seen is in the Bahamas, where when I was there not very long ago, maybe a year and a half ago, I was paying a scuba diving guide, and he had the app, and it didn't work, or it looked like it didn't work. And then I paid him in cash, and then we found out it actually did go through on the app twice. And so he had to physically go to a bank on another island to talk about why the transaction needed to be reversed. He couldn't do it in the app. It was this long, convoluted process. So when I look at the underlying infrastructure that exists and how easy is it for people to access, do I think they should have an app that works, that allows them to do transactions relatively easily and freely? And mind you, it is between, the same as it would be for a bank account, between vetted users. But I think there's incredible utility for that, because the rails just aren't there for people to transact the way that they should be able to transact in the modern world. So I think there's a lot of potential for good in CBDCs. And it may be for people that aren't necessarily going to be your core cryptocurrency users as Bitcoiners, as the folks that are here, but I don't think that means that it isn't useful and that it isn't needed in various contexts.
Okay,
and just to jump in, Gary, very, very quickly, because it is interesting. Sorry, I mean, just to sort of open it up, but it's really interesting that when we talk about the Bitcoin community, no one is sort of arguing about standard setting exercises for an unhosted wallet or whatever it might be, or even a hosted wallet. But in the CBDC world, I find it quite interesting, and what Powell said about in the ICO sort of universe, and that's true, that there are lots of small jurisdictions that are saying, yes, let's issue a retail facing digital currency. And then it's very easy to think of a central bank currency, central bank digitizing a reserve through an intermediary that's a bank. Now go to the banking world and convince them to develop a wallet a digital wallet system that's interoperable with a fiat payment rail system, and ask them to produce that in someone's mobile wallet to allow them to hold custody of their national currency in a safe way, that allows them to interoperate, that's secure, that's low cost, that's resilient, that's scalable, that's interoperable. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. So sometimes it's like I'd love to see it happen, but it's a serious exercise. And some people are just sort of talking about it like, yes, it's wonderful, let's digitize everything, but there's a lot of complexity, a lot of complexity.
Yeah, it's difficult to compete with the level of innovation that we're seeing in the open blockchain crypto world.
Yeah.
So it's part of the challenge. Who's going to serve that scuba diver teacher? The Bahamas Central
industry. It's one thing, but when you're disrupting sort of the financial system, it's completely a different thing. I sort of think of money as this public good. And, to Nevin's point, and maybe pushing back a little bit, like, I think that the reason why traditional banks haven't really served people is because on some level, it's not in their interest financially. They care about the big transactions and the millions of dollars they're going to get in fees. But when it comes to like helping somebody, store value on their phone or send money, like even if it's $5 from one place to another, it's not necessarily in their incentive to do that. But the problem is that, so who does that fall on, right? So if we agree that money is a public good, who does that fall on? And very often it falls on the central bank or the finance ministry or the monetary authority of whatever country. And so, people look to those entities to say, listen, like, you give me my banknotes, but the world is turning digital, right? And these banknotes are analog. I need to get on this digital world. And so they're going to go to, anybody who provides them that service. So whether that is Bitcoin, whether that is a stable coin issued by anybody. And then I think it becomes this idea, well, if money's a public good, and if something goes wrong and you lose your money, you typically end up then turning again to your government and to your financial authority and your Consumer Protection Bureau. And so, central banks and monetary authorities want to make sure that, when they build these technologies, that they're doing so in a way that is putting the customer first and making sure that there's like privacy and stuff like that. And so I do think that on some level, there certainly has to be a partnership between the public sector and the private sector. But on some level, the private sector may not necessarily care that much about servicing all of the populations. They just kind of focus on the ones that they can handle. And that's why you see a lot of people, you see these banking deserts, right? You see people who live in remote areas where they don't have ATM branches, they don't have banks. They have to go miles around. And so for them, a digital currency is really applicable. So I do think we need it. I'm not going to go so far as to say that it has to be provided by, or let me put it this way, it doesn't have to be issued by a central bank, which is what a CBDC is by definition. It is a central bank issued digital currency. There are ways in which a private sector could issue a digital currency that is backed by a central bank liability, which gives you the same thing. It's very much how we think about, or how we do money today, right? We have central bank money, which is the banknotes, but then we also have commercial bank money, which is the deposits that you have in your bank. Those are actually, from a liability and an accounting perspective, two very different things. And so you can have this, you can still have a system that works very similar. But I think that at the end of the day, people just want to make sure they have something that they can use to pay their bills and to pay their friends and to store value and to start saving and stuff like that. And if the private sector isn't going to do that, at least on a base level, then I think that the public sector is going to have to come in and help at least start that and create a foundation for that. So.
It's very interesting.
Can I respond to that? I think
yeah, go ahead.
That it's a good point about how, like, these private entities that are banking institutions, like you're saying, I agree that it's not in their interest to offer those services to smaller customers. And that's usually because the cost of complying with the regulations is higher than the amount of revenue or profit that you would get from serving those customers. And so we do see, like, if you're a citizen of a country like the United States, we do see all sorts of financial apps that make it super easy to store $1 and send $1 You can do that for free. There's any number of apps and banks competing for your business to do those types of transactions because it's not that costly for them to deal with you as a customer from a regulatory perspective. But as soon as you talk about basically people from other countries, especially like remote countries that bankers don't know a whole lot about or that are on a list of risky places, then the cost of that compliance goes up. And so I see what you're saying, that now this sort of public good of allowing people to transact with those stable currencies ends up not being served by those private interests. And so I think it's an interesting point. Maybe it's the case that you could have a regulatory regime where surveillance is desired, or where prevention of some types of actors transacting is desired. But if the public institution is the one offering the service, maybe they're less discerning in who they make it available to because they're not making that profit-driven decision. I think that's an interesting possibility. Gabriel, to answer your question from my perspective of, is this needed, or to reframe it a little bit, like what's the main benefit? As you can see, I think that there isn't going to be necessarily a huge benefit in terms of opening up access, because I really think that could just happen with today's technology, and we're choosing not to do that. But I think it stands to reason that there should at least be a huge amount of efficiency that can be gained by basically upgrading the way that our money databases work, right? Where it's like, the way I like to think about this is, maybe I'm not the best person to answer this question, but it's like, I've tried to figure out, like, where are the dollars? Like, where are the United States dollars stored? What is the series of databases that's being used to track where the dollars are? And, maybe I'm like dumb, but I can't really figure it out. Like, I've spent some time Googling and trying to understand this. Maybe other people on this phone call understand it, but generally, even people who think they understand it, if you ask them enough questions, there's eventually sort of like, I actually don't quite understand how that works. And if it is possible to have, a single database that, many people, including the public, can actually directly transact with, you have to think that there's probably going to be a lot of efficiencies in terms of how the clearing happens, how the transactions happen. And I think we're seeing that happen already with, stable coins like USDT and USDC. They're getting popular. A lot of those transactions that are starting to happen with businesses, it's just because it's more convenient and a little bit cheaper to do that transaction than dealing with sort of the layers of databases that are involved if you're dealing with, a financial institution that's working with a trust, that's working with your banking app or whatever, like all of the sort of complications that sneak in terms of the regulations and whatnot. So I do think that we should, in the macro sense, for all these CBDCs, expect at least efficiency gains in terms of the database structure for just keeping track of money.
Thank you so much. And Pavel, before going to you, I would like to add a second twist to the question, that then I'll pass it to the rest of the panel. So are CBDCs needed for the users? So what benefits are they bringing to users, or they are needed by governments and central banks? So who really need this technology? What do you think?
So I think society needs actually this technology, frankly. So in my world, I believe that we have two major problems in the world currently, right? One is money laundering, and second is corruption, right? Without this, actually, we're not going to solve any other problems. So it's actually,
So financial inclusion and poverty and inequality come after money laundering.
Exactly. Without actually, dealing with corruption, I mean, you have the whole Africa, with this problem. So that's actually something that you need to solve first. And central bank digital currencies or crypto actually are solving this problem, right? And this is something that society actually needs this. And from the conversation, and when we speak with central banks, there's this question about, protecting, transparency. Actually, it means that in the traditional way, it means that how to hide transactions, right? Second is, how to protect privacy. I mean, you can do this in terms of, technology available, right, with blockchain. So there's a number of questions a number of problems which we can solve using CBDC and using crypto, using blockchain. So that's actually something that I think, it's going to happen, force which not be stopped.
Okay, so let me put the Bitcoiner hat here and ask Joey and the whole panel. So we talk about transparency, but a Bitcoiner would tell you that transparency or bank secrecy actually is not protecting users, it's protecting banks from the public knowing that they don't have the money that they claim they do. We talk about money being a public service, and anyone from Argentina or from Venezuela will tell you that actually money is a way for government to collect inflationary tax and seigniorage. So it's cash, it's working for governments and not as a public service for users. And also from a non-American, from a non-US perspective, you would say that the US dollar is not only serving consumers in the US, where they can claim and go back to the Federal Reserve if they have an issue with it. It's more of a geopolitical tool that somehow governments with those kind of fiat currencies will try to protect for geopolitical reasons. So, Joey, as we discussed whether CBDCs are needed for users, are they desperately needed by governments and central banks?
I mean, are they desperately needed? I mean, I would say, I mean, it's interesting because you talked about some of the problems or the issues, a bank not holding a particular balance sheet or asset. I mean, that to an extent is also something that can exist in the stablecoin universe. I mean, it can, if there isn't proper audit and transparency around that, that creates all sorts of, and the CBDC or the direct, let's call it, issue of something that's redeemable against a central bank directly or indirectly through a bank provides a lot of security. Why would the banks themselves need the application of this technology? Look, we're talking about lots of things. Tax. We're talking about a tracing and tracking mechanism around everything that's happening on the entire payments network within an entire ecosystem. We're talking about efficiencies, so donations, subsidies. Imagine everything COVID related and anything in a difficult jurisdiction to operate in. That central bank or authority has a mechanism to provide a direct interaction, not through a banking rail system with any particular user. Massive, and COVID will have been a big eye opener around that. And also, as Paul said, I mean, the money laundering and illicit related activity, people forget about Bitcoin. If you look at the actual numbers of money laundering breaches and illicit activity, where does that happen? It happens on cash rails. That is the by far and away number one illicit platform or use of its uses is absolutely the number one application or in that universe. So again, you digitize that. Is there an authority that's discouraging illicit activity and reigning in control around the operation of cash? If you're digitizing everything, you have transaction histories, you have analytical analysis, you have freezing mechanisms, you have all sorts of control mechanisms. You could be essentially saying to a central bank, if you want to have proper control over the entire cash-based drug infrastructure system that operates in your country, you have a way of controlling that. That's got to be an underlying sort of point that those authorities consider. So I see lots of things where there is benefit for the user. I see lots of things where there are sort of complex in the application, but I do definitely see a lot. I would say the weighting is probably more in favor of those government authorities and the benefits that they'll seek to generate from these infrastructures than the user. That's just my thought though.
Thanks. Amber, what do you think?
I go back to the idea that in my dream world, this is a very powerful anti-corruption tool. What I'm talking about there is large-scale corruption that happens between our trusted institutions. I think that there's tremendous potential for there to be a public good, although maybe it's unintentional. That is what I see as being an inevitable outcome.
But Amber, the corruption in general is run by the politicians that will be controlling the CBDC. So how would that eliminate?
I think if we build it right, then it becomes a little bit of a Trojan horse. Where my hope is that the folks that are perpetrating the corruption aren't really aware of how much it's going to make them susceptible to the type of surveillance which they're subjecting the population to the type of evidence that can be admitted at their trials as we hopefully oust them from places of power. Like I said, in my dream world, but I think that technology always has the potential to be a powerful anti-corruption tool when we use it correctly. And I'm a firm believer in the idea that our banks, our politicians, our institutions have a duty to transparency, while individuals have a parallel right to privacy.
Absolutely. Yes, I completely agree with that. I don't know if we're going to be able to sell the CBDCs to central banks with that pitch, though, because in general they are interested of the opposite. No, but yeah, I completely agree. Ezequiel, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that, I think that definitely CBDCs are needed by governments. I think all you have to do is look at the reaction that they had with Libra's, or now Diem's announcement back a couple of years ago. Before that, central banks had been studying whether or not, they've been studying this issue of CBDC. It hadn't really gained much traction. They certainly looked at Bitcoin. They didn't really see any competition with Bitcoin at the time, given Bitcoin's volatility. And so they weren't necessarily focused on that. But I think that when you look at what happened with the announcement of Libra and the growth of stable coins all over the world, definitely you can see that central banks certainly feel that they need to look into the situation. And so I think that, from their perspective, the idea of having, I don't necessarily prescribe to this notion of worrying too much about, the big brother. I mean, it certainly is there. I just don't think central banks, honestly, they don't really care that if I particularly send money from one person to another. I think from a macroeconomic perspective, having the ability to understand the flows of a financial system and understand the transaction flows from a macro perspective is a very, very powerful tool. And it would help them understand not only how their own policies kind of reverberate through an economy, it would help them then kind of focus that a little bit better. So I think it would make monetary policy more focused, would make better for society. Right now, when people raise, when central banks raise interest rates, or when they do monetary policy, it can sometimes have a lag of like 12 to 18 months. A lot happens between 12 to 18 months. And so, but if you know instantly kind of how that money flows, your reaction is a lot better. Also, going on what Joey said, the idea of stimulus relief and relief for COVID, all of that can be done faster, cheaper, more efficient, more transparently. And so there are so many gains from a government's perspective that I think that they absolutely need that technology. And you can see it, and that's why they kind of reacted the way they did when you have these big companies like Facebook and their organization.
Yeah, but Ezequiel, let me ask you a second question there, because you have this US perspective that I think is quite interesting. Do you really believe that these are the most important features or aspects why the Federal Reserve is discussing and planning to move forward on CBDC, or is that they are concerned about this free printing press that they have had for the last 50 years, where basically everyone in the world saving a few dollars is basically giving free money to the US government, and they are concerned that if there's technological shift towards digital CBDCs, maybe the Chinese CBDC might become more popular, and they will just lose this demand of value that gives them the possibility of just selling dollar notes.
Sure.
Isn't that the underlying concern behind the CBDC from a US perspective?
Well, to be very honest, I don't know. I mean, I honestly don't think that the Federal Reserve is worried about the hegemonic power of the dollar. Honestly, that's probably something more for a politician and more for a political administration than for a central bank. I think that the Federal Reserve, like every other central bank, is very concerned about having a large technology company or some other institution, a private institution, issuing money on their turf and taking away their ability to control monetary policy, right? That's the same for the Federal Reserve, and obviously their monetary policy reach is bigger because, as you said, they, dollars are sort of everywhere. But I think that also goes for a small country and a small central bank, right? They don't want to have to compete against Libra, because what happens if Libra decides that they want to, flood the market with money and create, inflation? And if the central bank has no control over the issuance or over, over that channel, then all of a sudden they really have no control over their society, and they're just seceding that to Facebook. And I'm not sure that that's what they want. And I don't necessarily think that's what the citizens want. But that's a big discussion. And I know we only have a few minutes left, and I don't want to monetize or monopolize everything, but I'm happy to have that discussion at another time.
No, I agree that they want to be the only ones with the ability of flooding the market with cash. Go ahead, Pavel.
Gabriel, I think I completely understand your concerns. I understand completely where you are going from. I'm actually, I'm from Poland, so we are post-communist. I remember still communist time when actually Big Brother was watching, so it's not something that, you don't have these concerns from, in terms of CBDC. I think the central banks will be moving into CBDC because market will be forcing them to move there, right? Like, what was Ezekiel said, we have Libra, DM, we have Bitcoin, we're gonna have corporates issuing their own tokens. It's gonna happen. You're gonna have non-fungible tokens, coming in. I mean, this market's gonna explode. So if the central banks will not be there, they're completely gonna lose control over, what's actually happening in terms of financial means, right? So that's something which I see, but I completely agree. If we don't get this right in terms of protecting privacy, protecting ourselves from being chased by governments. There is a reason why Bitcoin was created, actually.
Yes, and I agree with what you're saying, Pavel. And some people might believe that actually is good for society, taking money away from politicians, from government, in the same way that religion got separated from government. And as Amber was saying before, the main source of corruption is in our government. So maybe taking money completely away from them, it's a solution. Maybe what you think? Yeah.
Big group in, like, you look at France, there's big groups saying that actually almost take every money from the people and give it to government. So government is giving that back. So that's something, another utopian version.
Nevin?
So I think if you imagine being someone as part of a regulatory body and or a central bank today, I like to sort of make the positive case where it's like, it's really popular to try to make data-driven decisions, right? Who's not in favor of data-driven decisions? Who's not in favor of, good data analytics in order to make decisions and take action? And so from that perspective, you can sort of see why a central bank digital currency where you have access to so much more data is just going to be a really popular idea right now. And it's going to be hard to stop that from being the direction that people take. I want to close with try to make an interesting prediction here. So when I imagine being a person in crypto, maybe someone watching this who's not as deep into all these regulatory discussions, who's maybe interested in DeFi and Bitcoin and all that. One question I have is, are these central bank digital currencies going to be on the platforms that we use in crypto? Are they going to be on RSK and Ethereum? Are we going to be taking, USD or CNY or, other smaller currencies and making weird derivatives out of them in a DeFi smart contract and, all sorts of things like that? And here's my current prediction. My current prediction is yes. But it's not because I don't think that these central banks will issue directly on those platforms. I think that would be pretty surprising because then people could transact pretty anonymously. But what it does is it makes it so that anyone can create a stablecoin with a CBDC if you're able to custody it yourself and then issue a token on Ethereum or on RSK or something against that. Anyone can be a custodian and thus an issuer. Whereas with like US dollars or something, you have to have like a big bank, a big institution to issue a fiat-backed stablecoin. Now, say that China has a CNY stablecoin, say, and lots of individuals can hold it and actually issue tokens against it. Well, maybe that means that it's much harder to stop essentially the same sort of thing as wrapped Bitcoin, but with these central bank digital currencies. So I currently am optimistic that the crypto industry will find lots of ways with that better ability to custody these fiat currencies, and we'll see CNY and a long tail of other currencies once they become digitized, integrated in all this sort of like weird DeFi smart contract craziness. So I think that could be a pretty interesting thing where maybe we start to see a lot of normal fiat Forex happening in this weird crypto smart contract based way. And that's one thing I'm excited to see play out.
I love that concept of wrapped CBDCs, no, and how freely people will be able to create these kind of derivatives on top of CBDCs. So just going a full round around the table with some final thoughts. I think we all agree that these CBDCs will exist. They will find their place in this ecosystem. That they will have to compete in order to get attention and resources from users. Final comments, final thoughts for all of you in 30 seconds. Would you think about this in the future, and what do you think the outcome would be, as Nevin said right now? Joey, final thoughts?
Super difficult. We've got 5 seconds each, so I'm just going to summarize. Nevin said on Ethereum RSK, I would say always on RSK, and I would say there's all the models that we're looking at, they can happen in many different ways. It's an exciting area and space to be involved with, and I'm glad we're all participating.
Amber, final thoughts?
I think what Nevin said is inevitable. I just hope it's also easily auditable.
Ezequiel?
Yeah, I mean, I think that building bridges between, central bank private networks and public blockchains is going to be, the next thing that we're all going to be focused on. So totally agree. Yep. Looking forward to it.
Thank you so much. Pavel?
Okay, so I think, if we get this right, it's going to be great, but there is huge risk that it's going to be really, terrible.
Okay, so that, on that positive note, thanks all of you for being part of this panel. Thanks LABITCONF for giving us this space. A very exciting subject that will definitely will evolve in very interesting ways in the future. Thank you so much to all of you.
Thanks everyone.
Thanks for having us.
Thanks for having us.
Okay. Thank you everyone of this beautiful panel. Right now, we need you to do something, yes? If you are there at your computer, yes? We need you to stop doing whatever you are doing, yes? Calm down, get your headsets, yes? If you're listening like from the mic, just try to put on your headsets, yes? And Diego, what are we going to listen now?
We are going to listen to the sound of Bitcoin. So you just grab your headsets, close your eyes, and enjoy the sound of Bitcoin.
Bueno, me tengo que encargar de que estén los OGs.
Bienvenidos. Para vivir esta experiencia al 100% es fundamental que tengan listos un par de auriculares. Primero voy a hacer una breve introducción. Mi nombre es Adrián Garelic, estoy en el mundo cripto desde hace muchos años. Soy cofundador de RSK Labs, donde fui responsable de branding y comunicación. También soy cofundador y CEO de Flixo. Y ahora soy parte del equipo de The Sound of Bitcoin. Bitcoin tiene todo para revolucionar la economía y las finanzas del mundo. Pero todavía está faltando algo en el camino a la adopción masiva. Un sonido. Venimos de un mundo analógico repleto de sonidos. Cuenta el mito urbano que el sonido que hacen los cajeros automáticos es totalmente innecesario, pero que está diseñado para bajar la ansiedad de los usuarios. ¿Qué pasaría si al poner nuestro dinero en la ranura no tuviéramos un sonido que nos dé certeza de que nuestro dinero está siendo contado? Y este no es el único sonido que viene ya del mundo analógico de las finanzas. Pensemos por ejemplo en el sonido de las cajas registradoras al abrirse. ¡Cling! Ese sonido ya se metió en nuestros cerebros y en nuestros oídos y nos da la seguridad de que la compra ha sido finalizada con éxito. Hoy las finanzas son fintech. Fintech es experiencia de usuario y una parte fundamental de la experiencia del usuario son los sonidos. Fintech es sonido. Cuando se quedaron sin el chac-chac analógico, las tarjetas de crédito se dieron cuenta que necesitaban buscar un nuevo sonido. Visa y Mastercard diseñaron su sonido transaccional digital. Otras fintech como Apple Pay o Mercado Pago también hicieron lo mismo. Y Bitcoin y las criptomonedas todavía permanecen en silencio. Ahora sí les voy a pedir que conecten sus auriculares. Yo voy a desaparecer por 3 minutos. Cierren los ojos, relájense, abran los sentidos y dejen volar la imaginación.
Bienvenido al sonido de Bitcoin. Como podrás darte cuenta, creemos que el sonido es uno de los elementos más importantes en la experiencia de los usuarios. Y va a ser cada vez más importante en el futuro cercano. Si no me crees, pregúntale a Siri o a Alexa. De hecho, las tendencias indican que para 2022 la mayoría de los usuarios van a interactuar con sus dispositivos sin siquiera mirar sus pantallas. Cierra los ojos y déjame mostrarte de qué estoy hablando. Apuesto a que reconociste esas marcas con los ojos cerrados, o al menos sin verlas. El punto aquí es que Bitcoin es completamente silencioso. ¿Cómo puede ser? Ni siquiera un sonido cuando estamos interactuando con nuestra cripto, cuando las enviamos o recibimos, cuando hacemos una transacción. ¡Qué vergüenza! Somos los Bitcoiners, la comunidad revolucionaria que representa el futuro de la economía. No podemos permanecer en silencio. En el último año, Mastercard, Visa y HSBC han desarrollado estrategias de sonic branding completas que incluyen audiologos y librerías de música exclusivas con sus propias melodías. Nosotros, que somos el futuro de la economía, no podemos permitir que estas marcas tradicionales se nos sigan adelantando. Así es como suena una transacción exitosa de Mastercard. Así una de Apple Pay. Este es el sonido de pago exitoso de Visa. Y así es como suena Bitcoin. Bueno, obviamente esos grillos no son un sonido de transacción exitosa. No sé qué opinas tú, pero yo creo que esto es inaceptable. Si queremos que esta comunidad sea cada vez más grande, necesitamos que las personas se sientan seguras en sus transacciones. Necesitamos seguir expandiendo el mensaje. Necesitamos un sonido que nos represente y llame la atención de los que aún no son usuarios. Y un sonido que genere una conexión emocional. El sonido de transacción exitosa de Bitcoin podría ser el primer paso para lograr todas estas cosas. Hagamos esto juntos. Cuéntale a tus amigos. Comparte este sitio en tus redes sociales. Logrémoslo como la gran comunidad que somos. Ahora, por favor, abre tus ojos, inscríbete aquí y pongamos en marcha este proyecto.
Hoy arranca formalmente nuestra búsqueda. Encontrar un sonido para el Bitcoin. Un sonido que esté en todas las wallets y apps donde haya una transacción con Bitcoin. Un sonido que nos identifique y nos represente y sea tan fácil de reconocer como el logotipo de Bitcoin. Diversos estudios han demostrado que el sonido aumenta en un 1200% la identificación de marca en las comunicaciones audiovisuales. Y como Bitcoin nace de la pluralidad, con esa misma lógica centraremos nuestra búsqueda. Vamos a nutrirnos de todas las voces del mundo cripto para construir este sonido. Nuestra búsqueda tendrá 5 etapas. La primera comienza hoy, The Fueling Process. En thezoneofbitcoin.com ya encontrarán un cuestionario con 15 preguntas que invitaremos a la comunidad cripto, a los no criptos, incluso a los haters, para que nos den su insight, sus opiniones y podamos entender cuáles son los valores y cuáles son las emociones que tenemos que transmitir en el sonido transaccional. La segunda etapa, a partir de marzo del 2021, de Moodboards. A partir de la información obtenida en la primera etapa, desarrollaremos una primera serie de sonidos para que los usuarios puedan, de manera lúdica, experimentar y jugar con sonidos para volver a encontrar esas emociones y ver cómo se reflejan. La tercera etapa es el laboratorio. En abril del 2021 realizaremos un workshop a puertas cerradas para una mesa chica. Estaremos con key players de la industria, influencers, diseñadores de sonido, semiólogos, expertos en branding, puliendo y terminando de definir el sonido de Bitcoin. La siguiente etapa, la revelación, durante el segundo cuatrimestre del 2021 en un evento masivo y público de Bitcoin. Revelaremos a la comunidad y al público en general el sonido transaccional de Bitcoin y toda la librería de sonidos que lo representan. También se mostrará todo el proceso y cómo fue la participación de la comunidad. La quinta etapa, la apropiación. A partir de la presentación invitamos a todas las apps, wallets, exchange a que adopten el sonido de Bitcoin, a que lo apropien, a que lo hagan suyo y que entre todos logremos una adopción masiva de Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. The Sound of Bitcoin abre un abanico de oportunidades para el Bitcoin y las criptomonedas que excede al desarrollo de un sonic branding. The Sound of Bitcoin nos permite mostrarnos y trabajar en comunidad, buscando soluciones y desarrollando ideas que nos permitan llegar a una adopción masiva. The Sound of Bitcoin pone al Bitcoin en la agenda de los medios de comunicación y no solamente porque el precio subió o el precio bajó. El sonic branding es algo absolutamente pensable y seguramente consigamos la atención de los medios de comunicación masivos más grandes del mundo. The Sound of Bitcoin es el primer research global que nos va a permitir obtener información de cómo se perciben, cómo se sienten las criptomonedas y nos van a ayudar a construir un storytelling mucho más efectivo. The Sound of Bitcoin abre la puerta a futuras acciones de marketing y comunicación en torno al Bitcoin y las criptomonedas. Queremos que participe toda la comunidad de Bitcoin. Empresas y fundaciones líderes de opinión que quieren que su marca sea un referente de cripto, blockchain y Bitcoin. Apps, wallets, exchanges que se comprometan a adoptar el sonido de Bitcoin para reforzar el valor de la marca. Influencers que quieren que su mensaje sobrepase las fronteras del nicho de las criptomonedas. Hodlers y cualquiera que tenga alguna criptomoneda que quiera que se corra la voz y que haya realmente una adopción masiva de Bitcoin. Tenemos un gran equipo interdisciplinario de primera línea que ya está participando en The Sound of Bitcoin desde hace varios meses. Hagamos esto juntos, ayúdennos a que se entere el mundo. Compartan con sus amigos en sus redes sociales cada etapa de este proyecto. Logrémoslo como la gran comunidad que somos. Los ojos del mundo ya están puestos sobre Bitcoin y la revolución que representa. Ahora llegó el momento de hacernos oír.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jacob Farber, and I've been asked to talk today about the state of regulatory developments around the world affecting cryptocurrency and blockchain. Just quick background, I've been doing blockchain and crypto legal and regulatory since 2012, from the early days at Perkins Coie, representing the first wave of Bitcoin companies and the Bitcoin Foundation all the way to the present. And I've seen it both from the decentralized side, and then I was at R3, which is the consortium of global financial institutions doing it on the enterprise level. So I've just been fortunate enough to be on the ground for a lot of different things. And this year is an interesting year. It's sort of equal measures, good news and bad news. And I'll do the good news first, because I want to save some time at the end to talk about a development that I'm a little concerned about. I don't know is getting the attention it deserves. The good news is I think it's fair to say that 2020 is the year that, you know, institutions and sort of the regulated world has really fully accepted crypto. I mean, we've seen PayPal come in, we've seen banks get into this space. We have, you know, several countries, including China, out in front developing central bank administered digital currencies. In the US in July, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency said that U.S. Legacy financial institutions, banks, could custody crypto, meaning that it's it's lost its toxicity that it has had for years. I mean, 2013, 2014, if you talk to a U.S. bank about touching Bitcoin or any other cryptocurrency, it was no way, no how. And as a matter of fact, I still think that there's a reluctance to fully embrace it, but that's coming down. And I think that you could sort of piece together a bunch of trends across 2020 and say, well, one takeaway is we're getting an increasingly firmed up regulatory view for crypto and blockchain, and they're not going away. Nobody's going to regulate them out of existence. And so that's all positive. And we've also seen many jurisdictions around the world begin to develop full-fledged regulatory structures for cryptocurrency and blockchains. Instead of having the one or two jurisdictions where if somebody was going to do a token sale or an ICO, there are now a good 10 or 12 that have well-established regulatory frameworks. There's choices out there, and with regularity comes dependability. I mean, you sort of know where in the world is safe and where isn't. And so I think there's a lot of positives to point to around the world in the past year. I want to focus a little bit, though, on a trend that has me concerned, and then talk about what I think the community of crypto and blockchain projects needs to be thinking about doing about it. And it's this: while on the one hand, we have increasingly clear regulatory frameworks, on the other, those frameworks seem to be pushing further and further into what I would think of as sort of core decentralized crypto, sort of coming, if you think of regulation having started at the very edges where the crypto world meets the traditional financial services world, the regulation of exchanges as the on and off ramps. I think from there, on several fronts, we've seen that the sort of the reach of regulation pushing in to decentralized crypto and blockchain. And I worry about that. Maybe it's a good time now to define what I mean by decentralized, because it's going to be, it's sort of central, no pun intended, to the point I want to make. In the US and in other jurisdictions, the regulators have, generally speaking, framed whether or not they can regulate a project largely in terms of whether it is, quote, decentralized. And that's a term that tends to get thrown around without a lot of definition, but at its core, it means, realistically, is there an identifiable person or entity behind the project? So when you look at Bitcoin, for example, or Ethereum, I think regulators generally globally accept those as decentralized. There's no there to regulate. On the other hand, when you have, say, a privately owned blockchain performing transmission of funds, that's clearly centralized and clearly subject to regulation. What's got me a little concerned is, one, whether that the line, the demarcation of if it's decentralized, it won't be regulated, whether that's under a little bit of pressure. And even if it isn't, if truly decentralized projects, truly decentralized crypto won't be regulated entirely, the reach in from the edge is, I think, getting a little bit deeper and is concerning. So let me start talking about what I mean. You have to go back to as early as the SEC's DAO report, where if you'll recall, they said that the DAO was a security. This is the Howey test. You've probably heard the investment contract is a security test under U.S. law so much that I won't even bother with it. Just leave it at they found that the DAO was a security. But more importantly, they found that the operators and promoters of the DAO were involved in the facilitation of a sale of a security, and that the SEC had jurisdiction over them. Subsequently, in the action against Ether Delta, which nobody would say was a fully decentralized exchange, the SEC was quite comfortable going after its owner and promoter. And then in 2019, when FinCEN, which is the US Department of Treasury agency that oversees Bank Secrecy Act regulation, which is the federal money transmission regulation in the United States, they updated their guidance from 2013, which famously in 2013, the 2013 virtual currency guidance established really the first regulatory framework for crypto, saying it was subject to money transmission if it involved a quote convertible virtual currency, which is a virtual currency that's fungible, exchangeable for real currency, for fiat, including, for example, Bitcoin. In 2019, FinCEN updated that guidance, and in doing so, they sort of pulled together their thinking on a lot of topics that made clear that they're not entirely comfortable with the notion that just because something is decentralized, we can't regulate it. For example, in talking about the definition of value that substitutes for currency, which is the test for is it subject to money transmission regulation, FinCEN said specifically it can be created either specifically for the purpose of being used as a currency substitute, or originally for another purpose, but then repurposed for use as a currency substitute by an administrator in a centralized payment system, or, and this is what I want to emphasize, or an unincorporated organization such as a software agency in a decentralized payment system. And then separately, they go in to talk about how a decentralized application, a DApp, which they really don't define very well, which is designed such that it's not controlled by a single person. So sort of getting it at that notion of decentralization isn't itself subject to regulation. But then they go in and suggest that that if that thing, for example, a DApp, is engaged in money transmission, then the definition of money transmitter will apply to the DApp, the owners or operators of the DApp, or both. And again, not a lot of precision there, and I think they're sort of feeling their way, but it signals that just because something is theoretically decentralized, if there is an identifiable person or a promoter behind it, I think it clearly signaled the intent to not just be satisfied that, well, it's decentralized, so we can't regulate it. So that's sort of the point about reaching maybe into and at that boundary point between centralized and decentralized, and where a system is decentralized, maybe still though looking for an identifiable person or persons that you can regulate. The other trend that's worth noting is that there's, since, I don't know, 2019 and the FATF guidance, and in the national jurisdictions around the world, it's been pretty clear that, for example, cryptocurrency exchanges are subject to regulation, typically because they're the on and off ramp. In the last year or so, global regulators have essentially adopted something called the travel rule, which in its most simplified form requires any regulated cryptocurrency business, virtual asset, business, in the language of FATF, to know their customer, not just their exchange account customer, but also if there's a transaction between their customer and the customer of another exchange, to have information about the other end of that transaction. And again, that was sort of, regulated exchange transactions to regulated exchange transactions. And it was clear that if you were sending crypto from an exchange account to a privately held wallet, a non-custodial wallet, that the travel rule didn't apply to that transaction. All of a sudden, though, in the last few weeks, there's been a rumor, maybe, I don't think rumor is the right word. It seems pretty clear that there are new regulations coming out of the US. The acting controller of the currency has said that in the next 6 to 8 weeks that we'll see more cryptocurrency regulation. And the thinking is that regulation will push further into the transactions currently excluded under the travel rule. And if you send crypto from a regulated exchange account now to a non-custodial account, not somebody else's account at another exchange, but just their own private non-custodial wallet, that all of a sudden the exchanges are going to have to know who that person is. And it takes the regulation from the very edge of crypto and kind of reaches in, and we'll quickly get to a point where anybody who's using cryptocurrency in a way that connects with the traditional legacy system ends up subject to KYC requirements. And that fundamentally, I think, changes the nature of crypto. I mean, the FinCEN and other global regulators have said that, look, if you operate a custodial wallet, that's a regulated activity, but users of non-custodial wallets aren't regulated. But if all of a sudden the people transacting with them are, it gets closer. And I don't mean to say the sky is falling here. Let me be clear. There are positives here too. I mean, in that same speech where the acting controller said this was coming, they said, look, we're not banning Bitcoin. There's a lot of recognition of its value. But what's happening is it's increasingly being viewed by the regulators as something they need to mainstream. FinCEN here in the US just went after one of the major mixing services, and it's like the global approach is let's spiffy this up and make it more like our traditional financial institutions that it interacts with at some level and that we're used to regulating. And well, again, on the one hand, that provides a firm regulatory framework, and that's good. On the other hand, it changes the fundamentally private and sort of separate and apart role that I think the crypto purists would see crypto as playing. And if you think about, let's now focus on one of the bigger events of the last year, Facebook's announcement of Libra. It met with an absolute regulatory blender when it was proposed, and the rollout was badly botched. They've since renamed it, and they've reframed it so that it more clearly avoids being a security. And in the original white paper, it was very important that Libra would be able to be used by people who had non-custodial wallets. You wouldn't have to KYC every user. That's gone from what's now Diem. And sure, that's just how Diem will be designed and will sort of respond to the regulatory climate. But what I worry about is if those are the steps that Facebook and the associated companies had to take in order to get Libra, now Diem, through the regulatory thicket, that it sort of sets a bar for crypto that I don't think decentralized crypto, at least the way it works now, is capable of meeting. And you worry about by saying this, Facebook, this Diem is what you needed to do in order to pass muster, it almost implicitly has this element of, and anything short of that mark is questionable. And when you add on top of that, this year there's been an increasing global regulatory focus on the use of crypto to launder money and engage in terrorism financing. It's become a focal point for global money laundering regulators in a way, by the way, that I think is disproportionate to its actual use for that purpose. There is this sort of growing sense that in order to be acceptable to regulators, that cryptocurrencies are going to look more and more like traditional financial instruments. So I know I've taken a long time and sort of pounded on these points. We don't know how far this will go. It could very well be that this is a little bit of the sky is falling and there won't be very significant changes in how crypto is regulated. I think DeFi and the explosion of activity around DeFi is probably a good test case, just like with ICOs, which started out as this, amazing, creative, new thing. Fraudsters came in, the regulators came in. That same thing, has obviously happened in the DeFi space, and I think we will certainly see the regulators going after more DeFi projects. And the question is, where will they draw the line? Just before this talk, I was talking about how Uniswap is probably the canary in the coal mine. There you have a theoretically decentralized platform with a company behind it, with a VC-funded company behind it. And if what they're doing is a regulated financial activity that's only escaping regulation because it's, quote, decentralized, and the fact that there's an identifiable company promoting the activity is enough to sort of keep it out of the hands of regulation, that'll be a very positive development. So I would look to that and look at regulation of the DeFi space over the coming year to sort of get a better sense of where the regulators are heading, and to just keep an eye on cryptocurrency at its core as a source of privacy and sort of non-traditional financial transactions, and keeping it outside of the scope of regulation. I think I am out of time, so goodbye. And thank you for taking the time to listen.
Welcome, everybody, once more. I hope you are enjoying this day. Yes, and now we have one of the most interesting panels, I think, of the day. At least it's one of the ones that I usually put in this space in LABITCONF. It's more on the human side. It's more on knowing the guys that have been playing a specific role in the industry since long. So I would like to invite my colleagues here. I think we have Eric and the rest joining now in some minutes. Unfortunately, Charlie Shrem is having a specific issue. He won't be able to join. Eventually, he's joining during the talk. But but anything, we will be waiting him with open arms if he is finally able to join. But who are the ones who are joining now? Yes, we have Eric Borges from ShapeShift. He's been in this since way long in the industry. He's been with us in LABITCONF in 2013, the first LABITCONF we played in Argentina. We will also have Anthony Diorio. Yes, he's also one of the big players in the industry. He was one of the founders, together with Vitalik. Actually, one of the ones who found for first time Vitalik in his space, and he hosted in his space. He will be talking about his past, his present, and his future. And also we will have Brock Pierce. Brock Pierce has always been, is very well known in the space. He has been always in the back scene of most of the projects that you've seen, Tether and EOS, and well, several projects he will let us know a bit about. And well, myself, I will be playing a complementary role here as a moderator and a speaker also, because I've been here since 2011 and helping grow all the industry here in Latin America. So whenever we're ready. Yes, they're doing like this. You need to expand, okay. So, bueno, and what's next? Yes, after our talk, we will be about 35 minutes talking. After our talk, we will have the guys from, Max Kaiser and Stacy will be doing a special apparition in a 3D world. Yes, they will be 3D avatars, and they will do a very, very fun presentation about what they see it's happening around the world, and what they see is the role, or might be the role of Bitcoin in the space. Yes, in the space for this, for countries as Argentina, as Nigeria, and other countries that might have a specific complementary use to the coin rather than just being holders. No, so I foresee, I expect all of you stay there after this interesting talk. I hope you stay there and enjoy the second 3D version talk that we prepared for you. And remember, we have other 4 talks. Yes, we will have Jimmy Song, we will have Jameson Lop, we will have Ala Kanani, and we will even have Cicit from Binance talking about how did he build this huge exchange from scratch, and what can we learn from his experience doing this. Yes, so I hope you really enjoy also these 6 videos. Once we finish, you will be able to see them in Bitcoin Magazine. Yes, we will set up all the 6 in a bundle of 1 hour of content, 1 hour of fun content, of fun way of showing different aspects of Bitcoin. And if you are in Spanish, you will also be able to see this translated into Spanish. So I'm moving this way, whatever way. Come on, whatever you want. Welcome, my friends. Welcome, Anthony. Welcome, Blocks. Welcome, Eric. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, Anthony and Eric, for being together with us since 2013, our first conference. Yes. And I think you enjoyed it as much as we did, because you kept coming. I don't know why you kept coming to our events. And Brock, you also are like a friend of LABITCONF, because you've joined us, I think, since 2017. But you've also been always very active and related and connected to us. So thank you, Brock, for joining us today again. Yes? But are you listening me well? Let's do like this, if you listen me. Yeah? Great. Guys, this is an OGs, yes? All gangsters, or I don't know, original gangsters team. And I think that I would like to introduce yourself to introduce why you are originals. I know I would like especially let's start introduced by Brock Pierce, yes, because he's been in this way beyond even being Bitcoin. No, he's been in this. I know you've been in the digital currencies for way back. So I would like you to give us, all of us, give an introduction of how you did all this. Which was your story in the Bitcoin space or in the crypto space? Okay.
Yeah, so I got my start pre-Bitcoin in the context of collectibles. You know, think Magic the Gathering cards. And as persistent worlds and video games emerged where you had, you know, collectibles or assets or digital currency in these things, I became a market maker. And that became a pretty big business by 2001, 2002. I became we were the main market makers for World of Warcraft Gold and Linden Dollars and Second Life. We built up the supply chain of about 400,000 people, principally in China, that played video games professionally to mine digital currency for us. We were PayPal's largest merchant for years. We were instrumental in launching Alipay in China. We rolled up South Korea, where we did over $1 billion a year as the main exchange for digital currencies. And so that was my 20s in the 2000s. And we were really experimenting with economic theories, because you couldn't really test out economic theories in the analog or default world because the risk of causing harm was too high. But in a video game world on a server, the worst thing that happens is, you know, you lose a server and you spin up another one. And so a lot of economists came and spent time with us to get tenured into universities. And so I was very eager to get into this space, wanting to see if we could test out some of these ideas in the default or analog world. I became a full-time participant in this ecosystem in 2012. I think very visibly by 2013. Just a few of the projects I was involved with that are notable is Mastercoin, where we created the first ever ICO, though we didn't call it at the time. This was in the spring and summer of 2013. Co-founded Blockchain Capital, the first venture fund dedicated to the space. Started Tether, where we digitized the US dollar. Most people are not looking at the numbers of that, but it's doing about $100 billion a day in transactional volume right now, which is about 30 or 40 trillion dollars a year. Started the first crypto bank down in Puerto Rico in 2014. We created the first security token with BCAP, or Blockchain Capital's third fund. Did Block One, or EOS, which obviously was the biggest of the ICOs. And there's about 50 other projects, but I don't want to run on too long. I think of myself as sort of a doula for creation. Sometimes they're my ideas, sometimes they're yours. And what excites me most is the process of creation, and I run along and do the next thing. But my focus these days is really spent in Puerto Rico. My focus is in governance and the systems that govern over us societally, and the intersection of where that will meet technology. And so I'm in the final days of a 2020 U.S. presidential run. I ran for president in this election cycle, and I've completed basic training, and I just turned 40. Is
that all?
Yes, and about your experience and what you learned from it in right now after we close the introductions. Bueno, Anthony, I will let you be the second one, yes? I really see you as also someone that really started lots of projects and did like the full circle, no? You started very actively and now you already like went beyond this, no? So I would like to know, to let the people know your past in the space, yes? How you started and really, what did you build from scratch in this time?
So I got in the space in 2012. Prior to that, I've been in computers all my life since I was an 8-year-old building computers when the first PC computer started coming out, and I was just enthralled by computers growing up, and modems before the internet and bulletin board systems, and just everything for me. My life was tech and computers. And I went to school for business. I didn't want to get into computers or be a programmer, but I wanted to be an entrepreneur. So I took kind of each decade was something very interesting to me. I had the first decade was getting into computers, and then the internet came along, and then kind of learning entrepreneurship in the 2000s, and then in 2008 in the crisis that happened in the US. I'm from Toronto, not from the US, but looking to see what had happened there and the problems, and started looking at economics and started becoming enthralled with economics, which was something I hadn't really taken much interest in the past. And then just digging into the Austrian School of Economics and the different way of looking at things that we were never taught before. And from there, it was, okay, what do I do with this knowledge that I've learned and what I've seen happen? And that's when I heard of Bitcoin. I heard about Bitcoin on a radio show called Free Talk Live. Eric, I think the same with you as a Free Talk Live that got you in, or you heard it first?
Very familiar with Free Talk Live, but that's not where I heard it.
Got it. I think maybe it was Charlie that or some others, but it's been a show that all about freedom, and I was getting into the freedom movement and listening to a guy named Peter Schiff, who I'd followed for a while, and I always say if it wasn't for Peter Schiff, I would have never gotten into Bitcoin. Which is ironic considering his view on Bitcoin, or at least what his view was. I don't know if he's still thinking the same thing. But I studying economics, and then it's like, okay, well, what can I do from this? What can I, how do I make a difference here? And then I heard about Bitcoin, and I took my computer background, my economics background, my entrepreneurial background, and said, how can I? This is something I'm super interested in, and how do I start looking to see what I can do in this space? When the internet started out, it was very difficult with my age to really take or to utilize what was going on there. That's when I was going through university. But when crypto came out, or when I heard about Bitcoin, I think that I was just ripe from my past experiences and putting it all together to say, let's build. And I had someone that reached out to me on Reddit, and a couple of days later, we got together. It was a developer named Steve Dack. Flew down to New Jersey, met up with him. We were like, what are we going to do? Let's create some value here. We're super excited about this. And we decided to say, how can we make some money now to do this? And we got into the gambling space. We took lead from a very important site called Satoshi Dice, and said, let's make this graphical thing and get into gambling and make some money so we can do something really important. And that was kind of the genesis. It wasn't that we really appreciated gambling or really wanted to do that, but we were enthralled by provably fair gaming. We were enthralled by not at the time, being able to not have to go through the traditional systems for people to play. They could just deposit Bitcoin and play and then withdraw it. So started doing that, and it took off right away. At the same time, made some investments at well under $10 in Bitcoin. And then very soon after, selling the company a few months in, because I'd started a nonprofit organization. I didn't want to be involved in gambling anymore. Ended up selling it. And then from that, and from my initial investments, started building wallets, and realizing that the wallet is the interface for this whole technology, just like the browser is the interface for the internet. It enables people to move and manage value, like the browser enables the masses to manage and move information. So realizing that if we could get involved, that's really what everybody needs to navigate and use the space. And launched a product called CryptoKit, Steve and I did. And about a month, or while we were doing that, Vitalik, who I had met at the very first Toronto Bitcoin meetup group that I put on back in 2012, and who I'd gotten to know over the year, this was in 2013, he presented the white paper for Ethereum to me. It was in many places over my head, and I showed it to somebody that I'd gotten to know doing a lot of ambassador work for Bitcoin, Charles Hoskinson. Showed him the paper, and he was floored by it, got the validation of that, introduced Charles to Vitalik. And then along with Amir Chetrit and Mihai Alizei, the five of us got together, and with the funding of what I got from Satoshi Circle and from my investments, I funded the initial project before we did the crowd sale. And the five of us started this crazy journey called Ethereum back in late 2013. So that was kind of, a lot of people know the story after that. It was a really rocky battle for the first few months. We added a few more founders in Gavin Wood and Jeffrey Wilkie, and also, oh geez, got a blank on me right now. My apologies. But we started we added some more after that, and kicked off and started this massive crowd sale process and launched it, and the rest is kind of history. After that, went back on creating wallets. We launched a product called Jax in 2016, and Jax Liberty in 2018, which is a new version of it. And currently, I sit as CEO of that project. continuing to build out infrastructure for JAX, scalable infrastructure that's going to provide enterprise clients the ability to start building on top of the different chains that we support. And we're just about ready to get into growth mode for once and start doing user acquisition of JAX. And now that our infrastructure is scalable and in the place that we want it to be, it's time to start moving on that. So that's my initial story. That's how I got into the space. A lot of community building, a lot of bringing people together, and just ideas flourishing and getting involved. And I've invested in a ton of projects. I was very early on with Quantum and VChain, a lot of the Chinese projects. So that's my initial story.
Bueno, and Eric, I have you like more like a big. I have some issues here in the screen. I have you more like one of these very fun to the Austrian economics. Yes, I think that your way into understanding Bitcoin had to do with your way of understanding liberty, freedom, and power distribution, stuff like that. So, which was your story, and what's behind it? Why you decided to really put yourself into this beyond the economic aspects? No.
Eric, can I just interrupt? Sorry for 1 second. I am really sorry. I did not mean this. Joseph Lubin, the 8th person.
Joseph,
really sorry. I did not mean that. I just drew a blank for a second. Sorry about that.
Don't worry.
Yeah. All right. So I learned about Bitcoin when I was in New Hampshire as part of the Free State Project. And I learned about the Free State Project actually from Free Talk Live. It was essentially a very radical idea of moving a bunch of extreme libertarians into one confined geographic region, so as to express a high degree of political influence, essentially. So I've been a lifelong proponent of individual liberty. And while I was in New Hampshire, I learned from a friend there about Bitcoin. And fortunately, I understood its value almost immediately, like within 30 minutes. And the reason was that I had been lamenting the fact that that money itself was centrally controlled, that money was essentially a tool of the state. I am a capitalist, and I always thought it was a huge embarrassment that the central good, or the most important good in a capitalistic system, would be centrally planned by the government. That seems completely antithetical. But there was not really a good alternative before Bitcoin. So when I learned about Bitcoin, I said, this could be it. This could be the way that actually market actors can interact with each other free of the coercive influence of states. And this would not just be good for New Hampshire, where I was living, but this would actually be good for the entire world. So it just had the impact and scale potential that was immense. I fell in love with it. It became my hobby, my passion, my career. Early project I was involved in was BitInstant. So I was the third employee there. I moved down to New York City to join Charlie Shrem, who sadly couldn't be on this call with us today. Basically, we helped people move fiat money quickly into Mt. Gox, because that was a Japanese exchange that would take 1 or 2 weeks to wire money to. So we helped people get it in like 1 or 2 hours instead of 1 or 2 weeks. And also during that time, I started Satoshi Dice, and that was a little side project that kind of got carried away, turned into the biggest Bitcoin gambling game in the world. It was half of all the Bitcoin transactions up until 2013. And I decided I needed to sell that because I didn't think that I could be an outspoken proponent of Bitcoin and also be running the world's largest gambling site at the same time. So that was kind of tragic to have to sell something that was so fun and exciting and had been so successful. But I felt like what I needed to contribute to cryptocurrency generally was not really about gambling. It was really about showing the world why open money is so important. And so ever since then, I've been focused on that. Today I run Shapeshift. Shapeshift has been around for about 6.5 years. Started out as a simple and easy way to trade one digital asset into another. And today we advocate self-custody above all things. So if you understand crypto, you understand why it's important to hold your own keys. That is where your sovereignty over your wealth comes from. And Shapeshift makes that very easy for people. So that's my quick story. I'll hand it back to you, Rodolfo.
So actually, this brings me to two different aspects. First, just a brief summary. Yes, I've been here before all of you. Yes, I've been here since 1997 with the Bitcoins project. Since the year 2000, I hold the bitcoins.com domain. It was a World Wide Web eCash was the project, but it never seen the light until I talked with Satoshi and he created this other version of Bitcoin. Yes, in 2008. No, but actually he launched this project, and I had this big domain. And I always think it's not about what you have, but what you do with what you have, no? And this is what I see from your side also. It's like all of you had different situations which brought you into being spontaneously big players in the space, yes? But you built on top of that, yes? So I think it's fun to see people, oh, yes, because he was from here earlier or he had this opportunity, but it's always about what people does with the opportunities they are given. And you talked about magic, yes? No, sorry, not about magic. You talked about Mt. Gox, yes? And I know that somehow Brock Pierce is related to this story. I don't know if Mt. Gox, I think you are related to Mt. Gox too. Yes, 2 times at the beginning and later. You will correct me. But it has to do with magic, no? With the magic cards gathering of, I don't remember the name, of magic gathering of trading cards, something like that. So, Brock, why don't you let us know a bit about your also past in the magic and empty Gox?
Well, yeah, so Mt. Gox stands for Magic the Gathering Online Exchange. And so it was meant to be a site for trading the online version of the game's cards. It was started by Jed McCaleb, who went off to start Ripple, and then after Ripple to start Stellar, which is his current project. It wasn't really a business, wasn't really incorporated. Let's call it his first foray into development and entrepreneurship. Mark Karpelis was an early player in Bitcoin. He bought the business or project from Jed McCaleb and then was running it from Japan. I was operating the largest virtual currency exchanges for video games at the time. And so my main investor was Goldman Sachs. And I went to my board in 2012 and said, we should buy Mt. Gox. And because I think we need to get into the Bitcoin business. We can't really grow anymore in our current business. We have 95% market share. And so if we want to keep growing, we got to expand into other verticals. My board laughed at me. They're like, Brock, I mean, Bitcoin, are you crazy? I said, actually, this is going to be a thing. And I said, let me send you some research. Let me get you some information and we'll talk about it at the next board meeting, and where I was chairman. I came back to the next board meeting and said, okay, I want to buy Mt. Gox. I want to get us into Bitcoin. They laughed at me again. And I'm like, what? Did any of you guys bother to read the materials I sent to you? And Brad Stevens was on my board, one of the co-founders of Blockchain Capital with me, because they had been invested in my virtual currency business since 2004. I called them up after the board meeting and I said, it's okay for Goldman Sachs to dismiss this and the other Wall Street sort of players and financial players. But you guys run the biggest video game hedge fund in the world. You play these games. You understand virtual currency. You understand this business, and we're friends. Did you read any of the materials I sent you? And they're like, no. I go, I'm really it's one thing to disagree with me, but it's another to like poo-poo an idea without having done any of your homework. I'm really disappointed as friends. This is kind of important. And I gave them a very, very hard time, which is then what led to them actually taking a serious look at Bitcoin, which is eventually what led to the creation of Blockchain Capital. But I eventually went to my board and said, okay, well, if you're not interested in me buying Mt. Gox on behalf of the business, I'd like to have the ability to pursue this personally. I went to go do that. I went and did that with my good friend Malcolm Cassell, who unfortunately just passed away at 50 years old. And we went and entered into an agreement to we didn't enter into an agreement. We fully negotiated a deal to buy Mt. Gox, and then we switched it to run the joint venture in China. And so we were launching mountgox.cn. This is in, I think, early 2013. And and lined up all the money, built out the management team. And then I was like laying in bed going, something just tells me something isn't right here. I don't trust the competency of the management team. I don't trust the competency of the technology. And something in my gut just said, don't do the deal. And so I pulled the plug on the Mt. Gox deal, basically, days before it was meant to close. Fortunately, my intuition was right. And there's an important lesson in life here. Don't do things because you can, do things because you should. I dodged a bullet. I was giving a speech at Jason Kelcanis's launch event in San Francisco, the first time they had anyone speak about Bitcoin. I come off the stage and my phone is blowing up and people are like, Mt. Gox has just collapsed. It's going under. I called up Mark Karpeles from the launch conference and I said, hey, Mark, I want to buy Mt. Gox. He goes, are you not paying attention to the news? I go, yeah, that's why I'm calling. And he goes, and you're still interested? I go, I am, but the deal terms will have changed. I think you're going to need some help here to keep yourself from going to jail. He's like, yes, please help me. And so that night I negotiated a deal to buy Mt. Gox for $1. And to take over to come in and clean up the business. I was feeling very generous. And so by the time we signed the definitive agreement, the binding agreement, I changed it to 1 Bitcoin, which at the time was about a 460x increase in the purchase price. So did that and went to get involved in trying to salvage the business, to collect as many Bitcoin as possible for the benefit of creditors. And my reason for doing this was not because I saw an opportunity. I was really concerned about the industry. And this was, for those of you that were around at the time, Mt. Gox collapsing was like the worst thing that could possibly happen for Bitcoin at the time. In the end, I think it's been okay for those that didn't have coins there, but and the industry learned a lot from those lessons. It went into a Japanese bankruptcy. I was fighting for rehabilitation over liquidation. It became a liquidation. And so there really wasn't anything you can do because the Japanese courts effectively take over. And so I sat back. And then as the price of Bitcoin increased again, I went back to get involved to try and steer the bankruptcy courts into basically getting everyone their Bitcoin faster. My view was now that there was a lot of money there, you had CoinLab, which is another old business in the space that was they felt that the Bitcoin belonged to them, that they had been wronged by the Mt. Gox business. I disagreed with that. And I wanted to make sure that all of the people that lost their Bitcoin got everything they could as fast as they possibly could. And so I've been very involved in the Mt. Gox saga
I'd like to
for
know
a long time. And
the rest. Did you be involved somehow in this Mt. Gox? Did you lose anything in Mt. Gox? Did you had any situation related to this story, Eric or Anthony?
No.
You were like safe there.
Never
Were
lost.
you playing in Trade Hill at that time?
I've never used exchanges. I've never lost funds or kept funds on anything that I would be worried about losing.
Okay.
I lost money there. However, I lost
brave to say it.
But I have a great T-shirt. It just says Goxed on it. And
Goxed.
I wear that around through the airports and everything, and no one's ever come up to me to give
You
me a
could
hug.
be Goxed or South-tongued. No, we had these two different versions of being Goxed. Do you remember South-tongued?
Of course. I actually lost money on Bitcoinica, but that was my own fault for trading on margin. That was not his fault on that one.
Okay.
But with Gox, certainly I knew that ship was going down and it was very risky, and I was telling other people not to store money there. And I had money there briefly, but that brief window was the wrong window to choose. So goes in the list of stories.
Yes. Bueno, but this is the other aspect that raised from your talk, Eric, that raised to me, which is the political aspect. And I know Brock could talk a lot about his political approach, but I want to understand if you think that money is power, yes? If you think that helping others to get into Bitcoin is about helping in a way to distribute power also, if you're concerned about power being concentrated in some hands, and also if you think that somehow we, the ones who are from the beginning, and people who is older and stuff, might try to become like change things now that they can. No, you, Brock, tried to run as a president, and I really think this is one of the things that might happen. No, it's running as a president is a huge thing, but I mean, it's like you get empowered. No, I mean, it's how do you feel Bitcoin and power, Bitcoin and distribution? I would like to have your thoughts on that, if it's possible. Eventually, Eric first, and then we move. Yeah.
I'm not so concerned about distributions of power. I'm concerned about the character of power. And what I mean by that is the richest person in the world doesn't frighten me or bother me or harm me in any way. But a lowly clerk within government can make my life hell. And the reason that one doesn't bother me and the other does is because one actually has the ability to use coercion and violence in enacting their opinions, whereas the other one can only trade and exchange mutually with people. So my concern with power is that when people are in government, they have the ability to hurt, imprison, kill, steal from, those kind of things. And I think most of the evil in the world comes from that type of behavior. So the reason that Bitcoin is wonderful in that context isn't because it will change any distributions of power. What it does is that it moves money itself out of the realm of coercive power and into the realm of everyone being able to use it and interact with it openly. And that's what I find so special about it.
Anthony? Sorry.
Well, so I think that guy that has the wealthiest guy in the world, that individual in the current situation, does have the ability to influence those people in government with the money he has. So I could be concerned with him as well, not just the guy that's in government. So I don't know if just the people in government are what needs to be worried about there, but I do have concerns with someone who is with all this money is not realizing he has the opportunity to do great amounts of good, and that's what his goal is, to take what he's gotten and create, as Brock kind of pushed into my head a couple of years ago, compounding impact. I mean, that to me is the goal. That's something, since he told me that a couple of years ago, I was teaching a class that he came in and did a guest presentation here in Toronto at the University of Toronto. And it really stuck with me is that shit has to happen. We have to move away from the incentive structures and these business models that are about, to me, it's about making as much wealth as you can, but it's not a good formula that people are using, and you end up displacing others. It needs to be better business models that lead to positive impact, which in turn will get you the wealth you want, is my belief. I think that flow needs to happen. We need to show that it is possible for you to do amazing things for people and create so much impact, and you'll get what you want out of that. If you do it the other way around, you're creating these situations where only a few people are winning, including yourself, and not 100% of the population. And it just takes extra brain power to get to that 100%. I believe most of these incentive models, they're deficient. These business models are deficient, and they're only sufficing a lot of the people that are involved and not the rest of the population. So I think that if we have a person in power that has all that wealth, but he has the opportunity and he has the desire and drive to create positive impact for everybody, I think that's an amazing thing. And I think that's what I want to start working towards. And crypto is one aspect of it. I'm not as enthused about the space anymore. It's not as sexy as it was to me back in the day. And I want part of that to be what I do, but I think most of it is how do we create that compounding impact that Brock's talked about in the past and I talk about now. And I think showing people that by you doing that, you will get what you want, and you can provide a new way of looking at things that's beyond the traditional business models that most of the world runs on, and it leads to the greed and leads to these terrible situations that we see happening in all these different sectors of the world.
But I feel very related to what you're saying, and actually it's what moves me. Yes, it's been making me build all these projects and usually related to helping people to understand and know. I'm not in the business side, I'm more in the social side. But yes, I feel deeply moved with your way of thinking also. And Brock, you've run for president, yes? So I guess you have your approach. I guess you didn't expect it to get elected, yes, first time and whatever, but I guess you tried to move an agenda, no? Why did you did this? Why you was running for president? And eventually, I guess you will keep running for president till you become a president.
Yeah, so I had zero expectations that I would be winning this election. Actually, it's impossible for me to win. So I didn't run with the intention of winning. I ran with two principal intentions. One was to deliver a message. A presidential platform is a very empowering platform to deliver a message, policy ideas, a different way of thinking at a time where I think we needed a very different message. Also, it was an exploratory mission to prepare me for a future run. And how does one learn how to run for president? There's not really any classes on this. There's really no way to learn other than by doing it. And I didn't want to start at the bottom of the sort of political ladder and work my way up. And so I did it one of the most challenging ways possible, which is just to go right in and run for president. And it's the ultimate arena, right? It's the Coliseum of Coliseums. It can cost you your life. It can cost you your liberty. It can cost you everything you have. It's a very high risk exploration, but I fortunately exited the arena unscathed, actually cleansed and empowered. I didn't run a negative campaign, so I've got relationships on all sides of the political spectrum right now, and it's gotten me a seat at the table to really deliver some major impact. My view is that we can, whatever your view is, I look at the government or the government as the system that governs over us as something that we can run. The future is going to happen to you, or it's going to happen with you. We have a democratic process in this country, and if enough of us get involved, we can be the government. I believe it is our birthright it is our birthright to inherit this government, our generation, that is. And the question is, which of us are willing to volunteer to step into service? I think it's much better to change the system from the inside than it is from the outside. And I'm looking for another 100 volunteers that want to run for political office over the next couple of years, so I can continue with my training. And so if you want to run for city council, mayor, state senate, Congress, or a federal sort of role, let me know. I'm just looking for people that are showing up in service, people that care about our collective future, and that are not doing it for money or power. I want to see a government of, for, and by the people, because I think we're doomed if we don't do something different. I think it's time for some real change, and that means some very different people with new ideas.
New leadership, Brock. We need more of you out there.
Yes, I think that it's courage. Yes, the one that you showed is courage to everyone. Yes, and I really take my hat off for what you did. So guys, we are finishing. I'm sorry, this was not content. This was just a chat, a fireside chat eventually among four of us. Yes, I really enjoy having this kind of talks. I really appreciate you joining us. Yes, it's not easy to get you all 3 and 4. Charlie, eventually, he couldn't come, but get you all together and be willing to spend these 45 minutes just talking. But I really appreciate you do this, and really I appreciate that you always follow us in every LABITCONF. So thank you again. Thank you for joining. And I hope to see you soon, wherever in the world we met, and eventually coming down to Argentina if you want. Yes, you're always widely invited. Thank you again.
Thanks, Rodolfo. Love you guys. Love you guys, man. Take care.
Thank you. So good to see you.
Money printer go burr, 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 burr.
You see how universal that brrr is?
It's a global language, isn't it?
It's a global language. Right there, that kind of sounded like, you know, the those Arab women that do that.
Very much so. You know, you don't want to run into that. You know, it means bad things are going to happen.
Well, I want to say we're happy to be here at LABITCONF, and that is the universal language that we would like to talk about. We are all banana republics now. We are all money printers now. We are all Argentina now. We are all Venezuela now. We are all Zimbabwe now.
All money printer all the time. That's right. Keynesian economics has triumphed around the world. Next stop, socialism. After that, communism. But of course, that's nothing new. The horror of money printing is known already in Latin American countries. This is not news. But in the United States of America, it is. They don't yet get it. What happens when you hyperinflate and your currency turns to garbage?
Right. So, you know, luckily we are all Bitcoiners. And that's the thing. It's like, because we are all banana republics, we are all money printer go brrr, we are all Zimbabwe, we are all Venezuela, we are all Argentina, we are all in the same boat. And luckily for us here at LABITCONF, we're also Bitcoiners. We are all Bitcoiners. We don't discriminate against anybody except for fiat people and all the altcoin people and the shitcoin people.
Yeah, I mean, there's now 7,000 different coins out there. And the hash rate on Bitcoin continues to dominate the whole universe. It's at 85% of the whole universe of crypto, and that's going to keep going higher. That's the hash rate on Bitcoin just hit 150 quintillion hashes per second. This is a new record, a new high. This is the number. This is the number to keep track of. Don't look at price, look at hash rate.
Now, also look at the real world, because the real world presents real problems and real people overcome real problems, and including using Bitcoin. As Kaiser Report, as Max Kaiser, as Stacy Herbert, as we have discussed with the world since 2011, and many people in Latin America have seen our show dubbed into Spanish, so they've been introduced to Bitcoin for a very long time. And here's a headline in the mainstream media, Reuters, and they're saying how Bitcoin met the real world in Africa. So they're talking about this guy, Obalaji Odunjo, and he supplies cell phones to the market in Nigeria, and he buys his product from China and the UAE. Well, 4 months ago, he started using Bitcoin only to pay his suppliers, and that saved him huge percentage in the money transmission fees, but also he used to have to convert the Nigerian currency to dollars, then send them to China, and then send the product here. Here we have an instantaneous settlement system that is being used as a unit of account, whereby he's allowed to buy his product in Bitcoin now, saves him a huge amount of money, and it provides a better service, faster service for cheaper prices for his local customers.
Right. You know, the history of all money goes through 4 stages. First, it's a collectible, then it's a store of value, then it's a medium of exchange, then it's a unit of account. In Nigeria now, they've already leapfrogged into unit of account. In other countries around the world, they're transitioning from Bitcoin as collectible to Bitcoin as store of value. And in other countries that are slightly more ahead, they are already using Bitcoin as medium of exchange. And now in Nigeria, they've reached the apex of money involvement, and now Bitcoin is unit of account. So they are the world leader today. Nigeria is leading the world. The single country leading the world in the Bitcoin space today is Nigeria.
The quote that they give for this guy, he says, Bitcoin helped to protect my business against the currency devaluation and enabled me to grow at the same time. You don't have to pay charges. You don't have to buy dollars, right? You don't have to buy dollars. And that's really important as we head into this next stage of deglobalization. The world goes through cycles. It goes through business cycles. It goes through life cycles. It goes through generational cycles, and it goes through cycles of empires. And if we're at the end of one empire and the beginning of another, or a multipolar world, we don't know yet, it always goes through periods of deglobalization. So as deglobalization heats up, and you see what's happening in America, is the process of more censorship of payments. And this is going to be something that everybody who is an entrepreneur, everybody who travels a lot, who is a digital nomad, and many people who attend LABITCONF are that sort of person, that we now have a censorship resistant money. And this is censorship resistant to a dying empire, but also censorship resistant in terms of what inflation and money printing does to you. Like, it censors your time, right? It censors your options. It censors your life potential, inflation.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a huge topic, really, money and the state. Bitcoin separates money from state. It's the first successful attempt to do that at scale. Certainly gold does separate money from state, but it doesn't do it at scale. It's very localized, and people still hoard gold, and you still need a lot of cost in storing gold and protecting gold. So Bitcoin is the first complete separation of money and state. And this means that the state is going to wither away. And of course, the state will do everything it can to stop that. And the state has a lot of recourse. None of it is very nice. You know, they can get pretty nasty. So listen, we're in a fight, and Latin America has been fighting this fight for decades. Latin America has been at the tip of the spear for decades, fighting the central banks, the fiat banks, the economic hitman, as John Perkins calls them. So it should do great. I see Nigeria and Latin America are leading the world in Bitcoin.
In fact, however, we are in a post-nation state era if we want it, and I believe we can have it. I think we have been atomized and torn apart globally in this last era of globalization as somehow competing with each other, whereas we are all Bitcoiners. I don't care if you're from Botswana, like Bitcoin Lady, Ala Kanani, or from Venezuela, or from Mexico, or from Canada, or from London, or from Iceland, or from Russia, or from China, or from Hong Kong. Like, we're all Bitcoiners. If you're a Bitcoiner, you're a Bitcoiner, and that's the entrance to the club, is owning one Satoshi. That's it, one Satoshi, and you can join the club.
Right, you know, the old strategy from the state is divide and conquer, but you know, that's not going to work this time, because as you divide or atomize, as you say, you're only creating more Bitcoiners who become individually sovereign. So that strategy of divide and conquer is going to be spectacularly ineffective during this period of deglobalization, reatomization, and Bitcoinification.
Well, so as the money printers go brrr, as they bring out their weapons of inflation and bailouts for the wealthy, for the elite, for the oligarchs, for the corrupt around the world, you have a weapon that's just one Satoshi. That's all you need. One Satoshi.
That's all you need. You know, that's all you need. And it's easy to get. On-ramp, get a Satoshi, and you've got individual sovereignty. You're saving money. You've got individual self-worth. You are now a saver, not a spender. You are now against the bad guys and for the good guys and joining. But, you know, it's all good.
And you're in it for the long haul because your time preference changes.
So true. Time preference is a thing you must consider when you put all the pieces together to create this mosaic of Bitcoin splendor, kind of a parallel universe of Satoshiism, where your mind fuses with that of Satoshi, and the evergreen fields of poppies and wildflowers and Satoshi pop into your subconscious together, and it's love. It's all about love. Love will save the day. Bye.
Peace to LABITCONF.
Peace to LABITCONF.
Okay, okay. If you did not have a huge laugh, I don't know what you was watching.
Yes, that was completely amazing. It's like one of the best things I ever seen in Bitcoin.
I want to let you know that for all of us, it's the first time we see this, yes? The only ones who saw the video, the full video, were the guys of the LAFIA. Yes, congratulations to the guys of the LAFIA. They are tremendous.
Amazing.
Yes? The acting,
Amazing work.
everything, the mocking up, the characters, it's...
No.
It's incredible.
I mean, the plasticity of the characters, if you have seen, Max
in live.
yes, and Stacy live, you'll see that the characterization is like incredible.
Actually,
and the content as well. I think they have gone through all the core topics that you need to cover in Bitcoin, why Bitcoin is relevant, why Bitcoin matters, and the Satoshi, it was that was awesome.
Satoshi was great.
We had Satoshi.
Yes,
at LABITCONF.
we did have that guy, that Dorian Satoshi Nakamoto, came to LABITCONF. Was the only time he went to a conference.
Yes.
And actually the first time he went out of his country.
Yes.
So, yes, absolutely.
And he's amazing. He's so generous with his time. He was signing, T-shirts and things for people for hours.
Actually, I wanted to tell Max and Stacy, because the guy who was doing the mocking up, the actor, was a fan of you too. He was really like, wow, I'm able to do Max Stacy. Yeah, I love this. So it was
he was completely psyched about doing that.
Yes, and congratulations to Diana, who also was behind doing all this, which animation should come with each of the words that were popping up. So congratulations to everyone who's been behind this video. I really hope you enjoyed it. I hope you share. If you like what we're doing, if you like LABITCONF, if you feel that it's being different, that it's a different experience, that's what we're trying to build here. We encourage you to share the love, to share the word, to invite your friends. We still have 3 more days to go, We'll have lots of topics.
Plus the party.
Plus the party.
On the moon.
Party on the moon, come on. I've been saying it every single day.
And the party has some amazing stuff as well. So.
Yes. Plus, lots of the things we've been seeing today, some of them you will re-see them somehow. I don't want to tell you.
Yeah, don't spoil the surprise, but you will love it.
Some of the stuff that we've been talking today, you will see them on the moon party, Not as a video, you'll see. But beyond that, also, it was fun because they talked about Bitcoin as love, and Bitcoin, and they talked about Ala Kanani.
Yes.
And on Friday, we're having Ala Kanani, who didn't know about this.
Amazing.
And she's doing a topic, which is Bitcoin as love.
Love.
So this Ala Kanani is the Bitcoin lady in Africa, and it's a very nice poetic.
She has a poetic view on Bitcoin, and I think, for us, Bitcoin is about that. It's not only about money, it's about freedom, it's about love. LABITCONF especially is about that. If you come to to LABITCONF in the flesh, to the next one we do in the flesh, you will see that it's a group of friends, even if it's a group of 1,000 friends that have been meeting over the years for the last 8 years, and you will feel welcome and warm all over the place, because that's the feeling of LABITCONF. So that's Bitcoin for us as well. I think it's the whole thing. It's like freedom, it's monetary sovereignty, it's friendship, it's love, it's all those things. So I hope LABITCONF, this virtual LABITCONF, is sharing that feeling as well.
Yes, and Bitcoin is cultural. So we usually in real life we put a big focus on the culture of the space that's hosting us. Yes. We try to show the people who's behind in the space where you go. It's not only about us and meeting us again. No,
I think it's a movement. As like any movement, it's culture. It's people, it's economics, of course, it's ideology, it's a lot of things, but Bitcoin has that powerful thing. It's a transformation for the world we know.
And it transforms us also.
And it transforms us.
Actually, if you want to feel Bitcoiner, you can start sharing your pictures using 2 different colors of shoes, which is like a honey badger. We call them badgers. It's like, we do it because we like it. We like it how it looks. So if you dare also to do this, to be a LABITCONF friend, you can start also trying to use your shoes. And I want to tell something to my people in the back. Yes, we already talked downstairs that we will all come with 2 different shoes tomorrow. So you're invited also to join us with 2 different kinds of shoes. And
I will do it, of course.
Diego,
of course, I will do it.
So,
Yeah.
bueno, that's
And
it.
if you like the Chinese jacket, I can bring it again, but you have to ask for it. Yeah.
Yes, you need to tweet, I want Diego with
I want Diego with the Chinese jacket, and then we will do it. Yeah,
yeah, absolutely. So, yes, hashtag jacket. Chinese jacket.
The
But,
dragon.
So, guys, we are getting to the end. Actually, we are in the
Yes.
end of today. Today is not the end of the whole conference. Remember, 3 more days to go. Tomorrow we will be. It's more a technical day. Yes, we will have some development topics. Yes, we will have some core developers and all this kind of high level. We have the guy from Taj, I don't remember now the full name. Discussing also programming and Turing on top of Bitcoins.
I will be discussing layer two on Bitcoin as well, how Bitcoin is being extended to become a full financial ecosystem, not only for Bitcoin, but any asset, small transactions, big transactions, smart contracts. So how the Bitcoin ecosystem is evolving and becoming a full financial system, what I think will be the financial system of the future.
Yeah, and actually we're having tomorrow in your panel, we're having Sergio Lerner, who's the one that discovered the 1 million Bitcoins held by
Satoshi allegedly.
He calls Pantoshi.
Satoshi,
Yes,
probable Satoshi.
Yes, probable Satoshi. Sergio Lerner discussing the second layer. We will have Adam Back. Yes, from Blockstream. Bueno,
Adam Back is one of the few people being mentioned on the Bitcoin white paper. So he did some of the technical contributions that led to the creation of Bitcoin.
Yeah, and for some, eventually he is Satoshi, but that's another story.
Yes.
And then we will also have Olalua, yes, from the CTO from Lightning Network.
Lightning Network.
The #1 today layer.
Yeah, off-chain payments layer, the second layer. So that's also Adam is the CEO of Blockstream. That has another sidechain, liquid sidechain, and Sergio is from RSK.
Plus, we are also having Jordi Valina, yes, who will be discussing the same concepts, but on top of Ethereum, yes?
Exactly.
What's the second layer of Ethereum? And talking about Ethereum, on Thursday, and this is something I want to let you know, if you're watching this conference in Bitcoin Magazine, you won't be able to see Vitalik's talk, yes, on LABITCONF. You will need to register to labitconf.com to be able to see Vitalik's talk. Actually, this is exclusive in Bitcoin Magazine. Yes, they decided not to share this kind of content because they're Bitcoin 100% focused.
Okay.
And we appreciate that.
Okay.
I value that.
Yeah, we
So
respect that.
we respect that. And again, thank you, Chris, for all the help you're doing with sharing the lab for LABITCONF in Bitcoin Magazine. And we will have the first Bitcoin Magazine on the moon. Also, the moon is...
Well, it's interesting because Vitalik also was a founder of Bitcoin Magazine.
The first one in right.
I think all the things are connected, and that's the world we live in. And as Rodolfo said, tomorrow will be a more technical day. That's why we came to our base on the moon to prepare all the technical aspects today. And so tomorrow, if you are techie or you want to get closer to the technology, tomorrow is a great day to dig deeper into how these technologies are evolving to become the financial system of the future.
So we are finishing. Now I would like to do like Max Kaiser does. And we're finishing now.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Oh yeah.